budget. I know we have some members who might be arriving, but we have enough here, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So the first item on the agenda is going to be human services caseloads. And so I would invite to the podium Megan Leopold, Kansas Legislative Research Department. Megan?
Good morning. Megan Leopold, Kansas Legislative Research. I'll be going over the new human services caseload estimates. These are the revised estimates for fiscal year 25 and the new estimates for fiscal year 26. There's a gray memo that you should have in your packet, and on the last page is a table that very nicely summarizes all of the numbers I'm going to talk about. For fiscal year 25, the entirety of caseloads was an increase, or it totaled 5.5 billion, and that's 1.7 billion SGF. This was an all funds increase of 100 million and an SGF decrease of 23 million. For TANF cash assistance, the revised estimate is 9.7 million, and that's all federal funds. That's an increase of 400,000, and that is largely due to a higher estimated number of individuals in the program over the estimates that we made in the spring. For foster care, the revised estimate for fiscal year 25 is 343 million. That includes 244 SGF. This is a decrease of 1.8 million, and that includes an increase of 3 million SGF. The SGF increase is largely due to the relative licensing policy, which brought in some lower than anticipated savings in the fall estimates. There's also a larger than anticipated final payment for the previous case management contracts. For KanCare Medical for fiscal year 25, the estimate is 5 billion, and that includes 1.4 billion SGF. This is an increase of 114 million, and that includes a decrease of 20 million SGF. The all funds increase is mostly due to the MCO rate adjustments. The rate adjustments were made for the mid-year calendar, or mid-year 2023 rates and the calendar year 2024 rates. The previous payments that had been made to MCOs were adjusted for these because the agency needs to wait for CMS approval before those can be put in place. That was an adjustment of about 221 million all funds, and that included 85 million SGF. The all funds increase in 25 was also due to a CCBHC rebase. This is above what was done in the spring. They were rebased at an average of 27%, which was 47 million all funds, 13 million SGF. This was required as a part of a demonstration grant that the state is undergoing for the CCBHCs. And it was offset because as part of that demonstration grant, the CCBHC's federal match is matched at a CHIP rate, which is higher. It's roughly 74%, I believe, right now. And so that was a savings of 20.4 million SGF. The all funds increase for KanCare Medical in fiscal year 25 was offset by lower membership levels. So while the MCO rates went up, the membership levels went down from what we anticipated in the spring, so even that out a bit. There's also a decrease in payments for deliveries and an increase in the amount that the state recouped for pay for performance. The SGF decrease was largely due to reappropriations. When we compare the 2025 to the prior estimates, we include the reappropriations that were reappropriated with the budget. For KDHE non-KanCare in fiscal year 25, the estimate is 133 million. That includes 66 million SGF. This is a decrease of 12 million and a decrease of 6 million SGF. And that's largely due to a lower than anticipated population in the PACE program. I'm happy to stand for questions for 2025 or move on to 26.
We'll pause and see if there are any questions for fiscal year 2025. Are there any questions? Senator Francisco. who is stepping in for Dinah Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you may not have this information now, but I would be interested when you talk about temporary assistance for needy families. I'd be interested to know how much of that is direct cash and how much is administration expenses.
Okay.
Any other further questions for fiscal year 2025? All right, seeing none, Megan, you can go on to fiscal year 2026.
All right. Fiscal year 26, the revised estimate for all caseloads is 5.7 billion, and that includes 1.8 billion SGF. This is an all funds increase of 199 million, and that's an SGF increase of 72 million, and that's above the fiscal year 25 estimate. So this is what it went up between 25 and 26. For TANF cash assistance, there was no change. For foster care, the estimate is 329 million, including 232 million SGF. This is a decrease of 13.7 million, and that includes 12.1 million SGF. The additional payment, there was an additional payment to the previous case management providers. The payments for the new contracts switched from a retrospective payment to a prospective payment, so there is an additional payment in fiscal year 25 that is not there in fiscal year 26, so that caused the decrease. There are also 3 case management providers that are projecting decreased caseloads in 26. For Care Medical for fiscal year 26, the estimate's 5.3 billion. That includes 1.5 billion SGF. This is an increase of 206 million, and that includes 80 million SGF. This is an all funds increase that's largely due to those MCO rate adjustments again. For the largest increase in those rates took place in January of 2024. So that only included a partial year of fiscal year 25, but it includes a full year of fiscal year 26 with those increased rates. There's also an anticipated increase in membership in fiscal year 26 as compared to fiscal year 25. And the pay for performance recoup that was in fiscal year 25 was higher than in 26. In fiscal year 25, the agency recouped for 2 years, fiscal year 22 and 23, and then the fiscal 26 estimates only include the recoup for 1 year, which is fiscal year 24. And that is money that comes back to the agency and offsets the SGF. The SGF increase is largely due to an FMAP decrease. Between fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26, the FMAP went from 61.65% to 60.97%. That increased the state share by 0.68%, which was a total of about $30.4 million. There's also the CCBHC rebase. This was an increase of 94 million, and that includes 25.7 million SGF. And like in fiscal year 25, that was offset by a higher match rate for the CCBHCs due to the demonstration grant, and that decreased the SGF by 40.8 million. There was also a 3.75% inflationary increase for nursing facilities, which added 33 million, all funds including 13 million SGF. The increase was offset by the elimination of the Medicaid add-on. This is something that the legislature added for fiscal year 25 only, and it's not included in the fiscal year 26 budget. That was 46.9 million, and that included 18.3 SGF. For KDHE non-can care in fiscal year 26, the estimate's 140 million. That includes 70 million SGF. This is an increase of 6.4 million, including 4 million SGF. And that increase is largely due to that same 3.75% inflationary increase for the fee-for-service services for nursing facilities and mental health assessments, as well as a population increase in the PACE program. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Megan. Committee, are there any questions for fiscal year 2026? Representative Williams.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I know this is just a summary report, but it's really kind of difficult to understand the the numbers without anything to compare it to. So for example, when we look at foster care, it says the case foster care is approximately 5,485 for fiscal year 2026. I don't see anywhere else where it compares what a normal monthly amount is or what it was the prior year. The same would be true for TANF. There's nothing to really help me understand what these numbers or the fluctuations of the numbers. Even when we get down to the changes in CanCare Medical, and we see that there's the increase in the FMAP, we can understand, but we also don't understand proportionally how many, how many users are in CanCare in totality compared to how much those costs are going up, or what are the, the percentage that we agreed to pay more of. So how do we get a better glimpse of what's happening here? Because the numbers don't mean a lot in themselves if we don't have anything to compare it to.
Megan?
Did you see the chart on the back page? That compares each of the years. So that compares the fiscal year 26 estimates to the fiscal year 25. So it shows the increase from year to year and from the prior estimate to this estimate.
Yes, I did see that, but it didn't include anything about what I'm speaking in terms of what, so for example, we've talked about performance assessments or just performance-based measures and something quantifiable, and usually the agency will produce those. We don't have those. I understand that that wasn't included in this. However, with those, oftentimes, how many families are being served, how many students or how many kids are in the system, how many, so that's not included here. So we don't really have any measure of these dollars are going up. We get, yes, FMAP's going up, but we don't really know. Is it just the cost of healthcare? What about the additional percentages? So I guess I'm just sharing that I don't know what to do with this without some kind of comparative.
Mm-hmm.
Megan?
And that is all information that we have, and we can certainly get to you. I think, we're walking that line of making, like you said, a summary document, but also providing, there's a lot of context. So, we would be happy to have a conversation, and we can talk about what other information might be helpful for you to have in this summary, and we can certainly add to it.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Representative Williams, I've dug pretty deep into this a lot of times. Unfortunately, these caseloads, I've railed against these things for years because we have no input literally in this. It's all done by the actuaries. It's a per member per month fee, and then it's a per rate cell fee. It's all negotiated by actuaries. And I've tried to get the legislature involved in this. Actually had a proviso one year in the budget to let us come in and see that negotiation process. And the actuaries wouldn't show up if there was a legislator in the room. So no one would meet with me, and Megan was part of that too. But anyway, it's very complicated. But there is a form, I have it, I carry it around, and I hand it out all the time. Megan knows as soon as it comes out, I get a new one. But it's called the Medicaid. What is the technical name for that, Megan?
Medicaid Assistance Report.
Yeah,
I believe.
and that.
He's got props.
Here come the weapons.
And here it is, and this is like a Bible. But anyway, you go through this. It tells the amount of people that are on services, all the capitation rates, what blind, disabled, all of that. It's all in here. It's bi-monthly. It comes out, quarterly? Or every 6?
They update it each month, but they
Yeah.
have a separate publication for each fiscal year.
But anyway, it's very interesting. Everybody on this committee that's concerned about this should look through this and see. But really, we have no part in that process other than paying the bill, which aggravates the, you know what I mean. So thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
Megan, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just a planning document. We don't have to accept it. We can either put the money that's recommended, or we can decide we're going to change the rates in one way or the other to manipulate the total costs. Is there anything in federal or state statute that requires us to take these figures?
Megan.
Well, the services that are included in the CanCare and TANF estimates in foster care are those services that the state, they're the entitlement services. So they're those services that the state is obligated to provide to anyone who meets that qualification. So the legislature could certainly make a choice to not fund something, but if we want to maintain our federal match, we're required to provide a minimum level of service. And these numbers in general represent that.
On all categories?
Yes, for the most part. I mean, there are some things in here that don't meet that strict definition, but for the most part, this represents those services that are required of the state. It's that minimum level.
Okay. One final thing. Last year, agencies carried over quite a bit of money, almost enough to do another year of services. You haven't had a chance to look at how much is carryover yet, have you?
Megan?
Yeah, so the reappropriations for KDHE for caseloads was 27.1 million SGF. And really that's just, I mean, the program is 1.3 billion. And so the 27.1 is just, when we're making our estimates, we are always guessing out, we're always projecting the population and other things that might impact that total. And so because there are hundreds of thousands of people on Medicaid and there are various rate cells, we don't meet the projection spot on. And so that 27.1 million in the KDHE budget is what the difference between what the caseloads actually required and what our estimate was. And then in KADS, the reappropriation was 36.5 million. And that was what was in caseloads. And when we do the new estimate, those are lapsed.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for fiscal year 2026 for Megan? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the first budget that we'll be going through, and I believe Megan is going to be presenting that for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. I would like to just make a comment that since our last meeting, Chairman Billinger and I sat in not on all, but most of the appeals that were made with the Division of Budget. That was made in regards to many of the budgets we're going to be hearing the next 2 days and also the 2 days next week. So if we could also have a discussion about the appeal process later, but I'll go ahead and turn it over to Megan. And the first budget you have is the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Megan.
Yep, so this is the KDHE Health budget analysis. This is the budget for only the health portion of KDHE. The environment is heard separately. So on the front page, as you've seen before, is the overview table. The KDHE has two main divisions, the Division of Public Health and Division of Healthcare Finance. This public health works with local health departments to ensure that Kansas have the health services and regulatory programs that they need. The Division of Healthcare Finance oversees the Medicaid program and is where the vast majority of the funding in this agency lies. On page 2 at the top, you can see the all funds versus SGF. The discrepancy there is largely because the Medicaid program has a federal match of 60% versus generally around 40% of what the state pays. So there's quite a bit of federal funding coming in through the Medicaid program. The Public Health Department also has a very high number of federal grants that it operates, and so those inflate the federal and special revenue funds in this agency. In the middle of the table, you can see that the agency's fiscal year 25 request is $4.1 billion. And that includes 963 million SGF. This is an increase of 318.2 million above the previous year's actuals, and it is a decrease of 37.3 million below, which is a 0.9% decrease below the agency's approved budget for fiscal year 25. In the budget analysis table at the very bottom, figure 4, you can see that KDHE carried over $63.4 million in unspent SGF funds. The primary sources were, as I just talked about, caseloads. There was $18.1 million for the human services caseloads SGF population rate. There was $19.7 million for the children's health insurance program. And that was largely because the amount of money that was allocated for the program exceeded what was needed, partly due to a lower population than was anticipated for the CHIP program in this past year and is anticipated coming up. There was $9 million for the special enhanced FMAP, and those are funds that were brought in during COVID. There is an additional 10% FMAP savings for certain programs, largely HCBS programs. Most of that funding went to KDHE. KDHE did get a small portion from the medical services that they provide to that population. And so those funds are being used. There's very strict guardrails around what they can be used for. And so the agency is in the process of getting CMS approval and getting those projects off the ground. The top two, the largest SGF reappropriations, the $18.1 million and $19.7 million, were both lapsed. There's also a reappropriation from the Children's Initiative Fund for $131,000, and that was for the Healthy Start home visiting program. The agency has 4 supplemental requests for fiscal year 25. The first is $2 million SGF, and that is for health facility inspections. These are federally required facility surveys that the agency must do to maintain federal funding. These are safety inspections, investigating allegations of abuse and neglect, and ensuring that the facilities are meeting state and federal requirements. Some of the facilities that this includes are acute and specialty hospitals, rural emergency hospitals, and critical access hospitals, and home health agencies. The agency has had staffing shortages in this program for several years, mainly starting with COVID, and they're asking for funding to increase the staff so that the backlog of inspections that they currently have can be made up. The agency is currently on a correction action plan with CMS to make up the backlog right now. They have an increase of $16.2 million, and that includes $4.8 million SGF for the Gainwell contract. Gainwell is the agency's fiscal agent, and the contract it was procured in 2015, and the scope of work has increased since that time. This request is to increase the base of that contract. The agency has said that since the funding was originally allocated in fiscal year 2015, the number of staff required to support has been much higher, and the hourly wage has gone up. There has been 694 databases for testing and production added. Software licensing costs have increased. Since the contract was originally created, there have also been some significant enhancements that were made to the program or to the contract, to the contract responsibilities, and that's to meet federal requirements that have come over the years. The agency requests $6 million, including $750 SGF for electronic pre-admission screening and resident review, or the EPASR. This provides individuals with individualized information on long-term care options. It also assesses individuals who are suspected to have an intellectual or developmental disability to assess the programs that would be most of interest to them. This would put the program online and modernize and streamline it to help decrease errors and staff time. The $6.0 million is for the implementation and ongoing operation. So there's a one-time implementation cost included in this of $4 million. And then the ongoing expenditures are anticipated to be closer to $2 million SGF, or I'm sorry, $2 million all funds, $500,000 SGF. This does have a 90% federal match for development and a 75% federal match for operational costs. The agency's revised estimate includes 16,820 SGF to upgrade 2 current entry-level epidemiologist positions to senior epidemiologist positions. This is to meet the requirements of grants that the agency operates that require this level of staffing. Those are the agency's enhancements for fiscal year 25. The other changes that they have included in their budget include a deletion of $71.6 million. That includes $19.7 million SGF for CHIP. The SGF decreases due to funds that were reappropriated from fiscal year 24 and were no longer needed in the fiscal year 25 budget. The federal fund decrease is also decreased because for the CHIP program for several years after COVID, there were services that were funded at a 100% match rate. That is being waived out or being phased out. And so the federal funds required for that program, or the federal match, is going down. The Medicaid program had a deletion of $18.9 million. This includes a deletion of $7.7 million SGF. This is due to decreased operating expenditures in the Division of Healthcare Finance. These are largely associated with contractual services and those associated with staffing and recruiting, and funds that were reappropriated from fiscal year 24 that are no longer budgeted or that are not budgeted for fiscal year 25. The agency requests a deletion of $5 million, and that's all federal funds. This is for the Rural Hospital Innovation Grant Program. This was funded with $10 million from the federal ARPA program, and the awards were made to all of the awards were allocated, and the agency no longer has this funding in their budget. There is an increase of $13.8 million, again, all federal funds. This is for immunization grants. This reflects an increase in the time allotted to spend the funding, and so the agency has extended that into their fiscal year 25 budget. The agency's estimate includes an increase of $7.8 million. That's all federal funds. This is for epidemiology and laboratory capacity funds. These are programs that are help states and large local health departments enhance and maintain laboratories. There's an increase of $6.1 million, and that's all federal funds. This is for the Strengthening Public Health Grant. This is a federal grant through the Center of Disease Control and Prevention that focuses on public health infrastructure. There's an increase of 4.2, that's all federal funds, for the HIV Care Formula Grant. This is a grant that provides care and availability, or ensures care and availability of care to those with HIV. There is a $1.7 million increase included in the agency's request, again, all federal funds, and that is for the Drug Endangered Children Program. The agency's request did include an increase of 46.8 FTE positions. 30 of the added positions are funded entirely with federal funds through federal grants, and the rest are being funded with a mix of state general funds and special revenue or federal funds. The added positions are offset by a decrease of 8.4 FTE positions in the medical and CHIP administration programs and in the bureaus of oral health and CHIP administration. I've listed out the positions. The top 3 additions are 17.6 positions in the administration program. This includes 2 program consultants, a data analysis, and 3 director positions. There are 13 positions in the Bureau of Family Health, and there are 7 positions in health promotions. The last entry for fiscal year 25 is that the agency's estimate includes a decrease of $2.1 million. This includes an increase of $117 million SGF. This is largely due to shifts in operating expenditures across a variety of programs in the agency. And I'm happy to stand for any questions for fiscal year 25.
All right, thank you, Megan. So I want to go back to page 3 and 4 on the contract with Gainwell Technologies. It says in there that the funds requested are to fund increased expenditures for staff 8.3 million all funds, and then technical support of 7.9 million in all funds. So the staff increase, is that part of the FTE increase on page 6, or is that in addition to the 46.8 FTE positions they're asking on page 6?
These would be Gainwell employees, so they're contractual. It's a contractual employee.
Okay. And then you had also mentioned that there was a corrective action plan with CMS. Can you describe that?
When the agency is not meeting the federal requirements, CMS will implement a corrective action plan, and those are plans that the agency follows to make sure that they are coming to the place they need to be to meet those federal requirements. And in the health facility survey program, the agency had not been able to keep up with the number of surveys that they were required to do, largely because they didn't have enough staff, or they had unfilled positions that they were unable to fill. And so this enhancement is asking for assistance to get additional contract staff so that they can meet the corrective action plan.
And what is the timeline on the corrective action plan?
I don't know that. I can find that out.
Okay. Is it at the end of calendar year 2025? Obviously, it's probably not the fiscal year of 2025 for the state. It'd be more on a federal guideline for a timeline. So I'm just kind of wondering what the timeline is, because it always baffles me when we have an FTE increase in the current fiscal year when normally we pass a budget in the beginning of April. And there's only 2 months left, or 3 months left in the current fiscal year, yet we're asking for 46.8 FTE positions with only a portion of the calendar or the fiscal year remaining. Just making a statement. Committee, any questions in regards to fiscal year 2025? Representative Helgerson.
You made reference to one of the departments that had requested additional FTEs but hadn't been granted, and we're asking for them again. One of the departments. I don't need to know the specifics, but the secretary has the authority to create FTEs, don't they? The only thing that they're asking us for is additional money to fund those FTEs.
Megan.
That's correct. Are you referring to the health facilities program?
Yeah.
That was included as a GBA item last session and was not funded. So they did previously ask for that, and I believe there's been an enhancement request for this in previous years.
But the secretary has the authority to shift positions around, and as the chairman mentioned, the 46 additional positions, they're creating the positions anyway, and they could do that. It's just they want the money for the part year, for the part of a year, and then plus the full year. So we're being asked not to create the positions, but to fund the positions.
My understanding for the health facilities program is that these would be contracted employees. They are hoping to create state employee positions for this, but right now they need to get the surveys done, and so they're looking for funding for contract employees. So there wouldn't be any additional FTEs added for that request.
These agencies have millions of dollars in carryover funds. If the secretary wanted, couldn't they use some of those carryover funds that are not specified for the FTEs and then come back and tell the legislature, we thought it was important to fund certain positions of any of these and using some of the carryover funds? Don't they have the flexibility right now to do that?
Megan.
As far as I know, the SGF funds are largely allocated to specific programs. And so if they did that, they would need to shift the allocation. And generally, when they do things like that, it's included as part of the budget request.
But the secretary has the authority to shift the funds.
I am not sure how far that authority goes, but I know that there are limits.
All right, thank you.
I apologize for going back to this corrective action plan. So depending on what the timeline is on where we need to be in compliance with CMS, what's the ramification if we don't comply with the corrective action plan?
I will verify this, but my understanding is that if the agency is showing that it's making progress, I don't think that there is a set end date by which they need to have X, Y, or Z complete. I think it's more of showing that they're making progress toward that goal and toward bridging the gap between the backlog and the requirement. But the risk is losing federal funding. So this is a program that is matched at the regular FMAP rate. And if the state is not completing their end of the bargain, then they would be at risk of losing that federal match.
How long has this plan been in place?
The corrective action plan?
Yes.
That I don't know. I know that there are difficulties, they reported that the difficulties with staffing started with COVID. I don't know that the corrective action plan started right then, but I can find out more about that.
I would say, I think it's important to find out when it started because we need to monitor whether or not we're making progress from the start date. Any other questions in regards to fiscal year 2025? Representative Curtis, then Representative Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. Megan, so on page 3, I'm just wondering, we're seeing a reduction in the Children's Health Insurance Program, the CHIP program, due to lower participation. Do we have any idea why we're seeing lower participation in that program?
Again, it's just based on estimates, and I don't know that there's a reason why it's lower. I do know that it was anticipated to go up when the Medicaid unwinding occurred because a lot of the kids that were no longer eligible for Medicaid would be shifted to the CHIP program. And so the agency was anticipating a rise. And my understanding is that that rise didn't happen as quickly or as largely as they thought.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to understand, if we look at page number 7 and we're looking at the Gainwell and we compare it to the Medicaid program Accenture, is that just a direct trade in those data processing, the way that we maintain data and those database systems? So I guess really what I'm asking, is that a direct correlation? Are we saving $11 million by this new contract that's ongoing? Are they the same thing?
Can you just tell me what page you're on again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm on page 7. And so so it's item number 7, the Gainwell contract increase. We saw it increase by $16 million in all funds. We saw it in 25. We see it again in 26. Actually, the summary of it is exactly identical, so it doesn't give us any new information. It doesn't tell us how long it's going to go on, what that contract is. But then you see down below the Medicaid program for Accenture. And so I'm just making a guess. Representative Carpenter could elaborate that it's probably replacing it. And if so, that's an $11 million benefit to the legislature. I just want to understand, is that correct?
I see what you're asking. And the short answer is no. The Gainwell contract did actually kind of even out in this fiscal year. The increase that they're asking for, then the enhancement, is for the base cost. But all of the Medicaid contracts, well, Gainwell, it is their fiscal agent, so it is paid on a yearly basis based on the number of claims. And the number of claims that they had for the Medicaid program was lower than anticipated. So in number 11, that decrease is because this year, the number that they paid for that part of the contract was lower, but they're anticipating that the base needs to go up. So they're separating it out, I think, to make the funding more clear.
So basically, the Gainwell contract, that we have, the $16 million, they're asking for an enhancement. Why is it not just included in their budget rather than an enhancement?
It's essentially it could be, but I think they wanted, when they were describing it to me, they were describing it as the base and then what they see as a fluctuating cost. And they felt that if they wanted to increase the base, which is something that they would be adding to their budget year after year, they wanted to call that out and make sure that that was clear.
Okay, and the only comment I would make, just from someone just taking a look at it and not having the understanding of it, the summary is exactly the same for 26 and for 25. So it doesn't give me an understanding of the continuation or any changes in that, or if it's just maintenance, and then that maintenance is going to cost $16 million estimated for how long? So just a thought. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Megan.
I'll answer two questions. I think the other question you had was about the various contracts in the Medicaid program. So there's Accenture, and then there are other contracts that they hold, and those are all for different reasons. They have a Medicaid information system that is the system by which they track eligibility and all of those items, and then they have Gainwell, which tracks the Medicaid, like the provider claims and ensures that the providers are paid. So they saw fluctuations, and in fact, in fiscal year 25, they saw decreases in all of those contracts, but they are separate contracts, and they serve separate purposes. And as far as the fiscal year 26 and the fiscal year 25 summaries matching, that's something you're going to continue to see. And the reason for that is because this year we're doing it a little bit differently, where we're comparing the fiscal year 26 budget request to the fiscal year 25 approved. So any changes that you see in fiscal year 25 will generally carry over. So it's actually the same request or the same funding decrease, and it might fluctuate a little bit from year to year, but the reason behind it is the same, because what you're seeing in 26 is the same as 25. Does that make sense? Okay.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I had a question about Gainwell as well. In the summary, it says they've added 536 more servers, 694 more databases. But is that for them providing services nationwide? Because I believe they provide services in all 50 states.
The services that Gainwell provides for KDHE are just for the state Medicaid program.
Okay, so those numbers are reflective of the services they provide to Kansas? They've had to increase that many servers and that many databases?
Correct.
Okay, would you be able to confirm that? I just want to make sure. And also, if there's any other, if they're asking for any other requests from other states for a similar request. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
My question got answered. Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 13, on the reference table, figure 8, everything from 17 to 24 is actual. And then the 25, is that what they're asking for, or what? I assume it's what they're asking for, not what we passed.
This is the agency, the fiscal year 25 and 26 numbers are the agency request. So it will match what you see on the table in the front.
Right, okay, but it's not what we, yeah, so it's not what we passed, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have heard about the need to improve and to get up to speed so we don't lose some federal funding. On page 3, number 3, it says that the Bureau of Facilities and Licensing is taking on additional responsibility for surveying, et cetera. Do you know, can you answer, if they're not keeping up now,
I think I got everybody.
it looks like to me taking on additional responsibilities just creates additional problems. Can you elaborate on that at all? Are they not being inspected at this time? I mean,
It's an additional federal requirement. So in the Medicaid program, so much of it is monitored by the federal government that they will often, the state will get new marching orders in terms of what they need to do and what they, and this is the state, or I'm sorry, the federal government has added private psychiatric hospitals and PRTFs to those entities that this program is required to.
so they're not being inspected currently or surveyed?
It's a new requirement.
Right, but so they had not previously been being surveyed or inspected?
They I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure if they had been inspected by another entity, private entity, or if what has changed in there, but I can find that out.
Okay. And then in looking through several of these numbers, it talks about an increase, all federal funds. Now, we know that there's a new administration. He's tasked a couple people with finding significant savings. I don't expect any of that to affect fiscal year 2025. But, for example, I'll just pick one here, the Strengthening Public Health Grant. Is that a program that's been going on a long time? I'm thinking that if it could be a federal program that was implemented, the feds funded it, then they're going to back off, and then sometimes it looks like, well, the state needs to continue it. I don't necessarily agree with that, but has this program, for example, been going, and most of them been going for a long period of time, or are they relatively new, like in the last 5 to 10 years?
There's a huge variance in the length of time that most of these federal grants have been coming in. The Strengthening Public Health grant specifically, I think, has been for about 2 years, but many others, like there's the immunizations grant, have been going on for many, many years. So it varies quite a bit.
My concern, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that, again, these are federally funded, and then all of a sudden the federal money is gone. We've been doing this, and then we feel we need to continue. My final question, on page 6, you talk about the increase in FTEs of 47 in round numbers, but there's a decrease of 8.4. So is I'm trying to make the correlation. They're reducing by 8, but then increasing back by 46. Is that the way to look at this?
Yes, it's written that way because when I mapped out the FTE ads, I did it by program. And so some programs actually have fewer FTEs going into fiscal year 25, while others have more, but the net gain is that 46.8.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the FTEs, we're looking here at a total on page 2 of 1,440 FTEs for, I think it is, year 25. Can you tell me what the FTEs are not the FTEs, but the actuals are?
Megan.
I thought I printed that out and I don't have the actuals. Well, I'm sorry, the actuals for fiscal year 24 are in that chart on the first page, which is 1384.2.
That's the FTE, but is that the actual number employed? And the reason I say that is because it's due to staffing shortages on page 3, due to staffing shortages, are they staffing shortages included in that FTE number?
Right, so you're asking for the number of vacancies?
Yes.
Yes, and unfortunately, I don't think I have that, so I will get that to you.
Senator Petty.
Megan, we seem to have a lot of conversation about the FTEs, but I just wanted to clarify. So on page 6, you mentioned that of that 46.8, 30 of those are added positions that are funded entirely with federal grants. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what we're looking at when it comes to SGF, we're looking at 16.8. There would be some SGF funding?
Correct.
And of those 30, when they talk about 30 positions that are funded entirely with federal grants, those would be for the period of time of that, whatever that grant is, within whatever section we're talking about.
In general, the agency has said in the past, although specifically to COVID funds, that it doesn't generally create state-funded positions from federal-funded positions. And so the idea is that if these are grant-funded, then that would continue for as long as the grant was available.
And then my second question went back to that, the health facility inspections. So what we're looking at, or what the department is looking at, is under that, they have increased their surveys, it appears, from the 15% in '22 to 40% in '23, '24, but the expectation is that they need to get up to 70% of required surveys, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that is along with that addition that has now been put, a requirement that's been put on by CMS for the psychiatric hospitals, or is that in addition to?
Well, those would be, it's 70% of required surveys, and because those are now required, they would be included.
Thank you.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Chairman. Megan, on page 5, back to that strengthening public health grant, would it be possible to get information on what that has funded in the past? I think it's been there for a little bit.
The federal, what the grant has, like programs that the grant funds or services?
Correct. Yeah, what we've used those funds for in the past. I mean, I see where part of it is like a focus on workforce, and it seems to me like you look at it differently if we're able to use those funds to address like a critical issue that we're trying to address, like, you know, nursing shortages and that kind of thing. So anyway, I was just kind of curious as to what we are using those funds for to make sure that they're aligning with what our priorities are.
Any further questions for Megan in regards to fiscal year 2025? All right, seeing none. Megan, you may go into fiscal year 2026.
Okay. Fiscal year 26 starts on page 7. So in the middle table, you can see that the agency's request for fiscal year 26 is $4 billion. That is a decrease of $82.3 million from the previous year. So that's from their 2025 request. And it is a decrease of $56 million or 1.4% from what was approved for fiscal year 25. So the agency has 9 enhancement requests for fiscal year 26. The first is for IT security upgrades. This is a request for 1 million SGF to invest in IT security upgrades. That includes upgrading software and hardware, increasing monitoring, and providing ongoing training to IT staff. Again, you'll see a repeat of the health facility inspections. They're asking for this funding for fiscal year 26 as well. This is $2 million SGF, and these are for the federally required surveys. They're asking for 2.3 million SGF to continue funding for infectious disease prevention. This is a federal grant that the agency had, and the grant in years 4 and 5 were rescinded as part of the debt ceiling agreement at the federal level. This grant was providing testing and training to local public health departments and professionals to identify outbreaks and prevent the spread of disease. So the agency is asking for SGF to complete the tenure of this grant. They're asking again for $70,000 for SGF to upgrade the 2 current entry-level epidemiologist positions to senior epidemiologists. This is a repeat or continued funding that you saw in fiscal year 25. They're requesting $505,000 SGF and 5 FTE positions. This is in the Bureau of Community Health Systems local public health program. This is a program that provides training and collaborates with local health departments to ensure that communities are getting the services that they need. It includes 8 nurses that are based out in the regions that they serve across the state, and they manage the Kansas Train system, which is the learning management system that provides education to public health providers. Again, you see that ePASAR assessment tool request. This is, again, a continuation from fiscal year 25. This is $2 million, and that includes $500 million SGF. So it's down from fiscal year 25 because this is now just the, it takes the implementation costs out of it. Number 7 is the Gainwell contract increase. Again, a continuation from fiscal year 25. This is $16.7 million, and that includes $5 million SGF. On page 10, number 8, the agency is requesting $12.9 million, and that includes $1.5 million SGF Again, this is a program that has, I believe, the 90% match for, in general, the federal match changes between the implementation stage and the operation stage, but with the federal match, it's 12.9 million and 1.5 million SGF. And this is for a Medicaid provider centralized credentialing module. This will replace the MCO's current credentialing responsibility. The hope from the agency is that this will streamline the credentialing process for providers and allow them to send information into one place versus various different places, and to have that consistency in what's required for that credentialing. The current funding request is 11.5 million in one-time implementation costs. However, there are expected to be ongoing costs for this, and those would be approximately 3 million in the out years, and that's 3 million federal funds, or I'm sorry, 3 million all funds. Number 9, the agency is requesting 1.5 million, and that includes 564,000 SGF, and that's to provide behavioral health partial hospitalization services. Children's Mercy Hospital is starting a new program. This is a program that hasn't been funded or been available to Medicaid, so this would open up a new Medicaid code, and it would be a new reimbursable service for the program. The requested funding is for 6 months of fiscal year 26. Number 10 is administration program adjustments. So this ends the enhancement request and it moves into the agency's base changes. The agency is requesting an addition of 4 million all funds, and that includes 1.3 million SGF. This is for expenditures in the administration program, largely due to expenditures that have increased for OIT's operating charge in salaries and wages and contributions to group health insurance. Number 11 is the Medicaid program. The agency's revised estimate includes a decrease of 27.7 million, and that is including 9.5 million SGF. This is for the state's Medicaid assistance program, CanCare. The decrease is largely due to expenditures for several of the agency's contracts. Again, this is largely a continuation or the same decrease that we saw in fiscal year 25 that is occurring in fiscal year 26 as well. Number 12 is public health operations. The agency's request includes a deletion of 7.7 million, and this includes 7.1 million SGF. And these are decreased operating expenditures in the Division of Public Health. These are largely due to adjustments across various bureaus, decreased expenditures for computer software in the Bureau of Public Health, informatics, an increase in salaries and wages shrinkage in the Bureau of Disease Control and Prevention, and a decrease in contractual expenditures in facilities and licensing. There are also several one-time allocations that occurred in fiscal year 25 that do not occur in fiscal year 26. In general, these are adds that were added by the governor or the legislature in the final budget and were not intended to be continued. So the first is the adult inpatient behavioral health. This was a 5 million SGF one-time add for behavioral health hospitals. There was a one-time add of 3 million SGF for costs associated with furnishing and moving the furniture into the new laboratory. And these are all decreases in the fiscal year 26 budget. There's a decrease of 2.5 million, and that was for the community testing grants for Sedgwick County in the area that had environmental contaminants. There's a deletion of 2 million SGF, and that was to reimburse hospitals that were operating as rural emergency hospitals without the designation of such. There's a decrease of 550,000 SGF, and that was for specialty healthcare access programs. There is a decrease of 48,600 SGF for HIV testing supplies due to a shortage. And then moving away from the one-time deletions is the agency's request includes a deletion of 51.9 million all federal funds for the CHIP program. This is largely a continuation from fiscal year 25. The deletion that we saw there repeated in fiscal year 26 because, again, we're comparing it to that fiscal year 25 approved amount. You'll also see that same FTE increase that they're asking for fiscal year 26 that was talked about in fiscal year '25. Finally, we have all other adjustments. There's an increase of 1.6 million, and that includes 402,000 SGF for various adjustments across the agency. There's also a note that the agency's request for fiscal year '26 includes $1.3 million from the Children's Initiatives Fund, and that's to fund the child care, health, and safety grants. However, the Children's Cabinet has come out with their recommendations, and their recommendation for the CIF funds do not include funding for that program from Children's Initiative Fund. So that's just a note. And as before, on page 13, you see the reference tables is the 10-year table, expenditures by program, and FTE positions by program. And I'm happy to stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Megan. The first question that I have on page 10 for the partial hospital services, it has 1.5 million, 564,000 to Children's Mercy. What location is that?
I don't know what location this would be, but I do know that Children's Mercy has Kansas locations. And the only one I know of is in Johnson County near 435 and Knoll. I don't know if there are others in Kansas.
Okay. Yeah, I actually looked it up when we were going through that item, and there do appear to be some others in Kansas, but the main one is in Overland Park. I just want to make sure that if we're using state general fund dollars, that it is going to the one in Overland Park and not the one in Missouri. Any other questions in regards to 2026? Senator Petty. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps not so much a question, but I know that, we were looking at the concern also in the '25 budget about the Children's Health Insurance Program, the CHIP program. So I recognize that the enrollment has been lower, but I understand there may be some reasons that the legislature could change. So I would hope that the committee would understand that our goal is not to reduce the amount of children's health insurance available, and that if there are, I'd like to see how many individuals would qualify and how many we're enrolling, to see if we might do something to actually increase the use of that program.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look on page 13 in the figure 8 chart there, it shows over a 10-year period that the FTEs have more than doubled in 10 years. Every single year there's been increases, some of them pretty significant, to the tune of 280 or so in 1 year. Has the agency taken on some responsibilities from other state agencies, or do you have any knowledge as to why there has been more than a double increase in the FTEs for this particular agency?
Megan?
You see a pretty significant increase around 21, 22, fiscal year 22, and those are largely because with the COVID pandemic, we had additional staff that was hired. So I know that there were a fair number of employees that were brought on then. Most of these employees are federally funded, but I can't pinpoint one place where they have had a huge increase in employees. It's been across the agency in various programs.
So we can't necessarily say that this agency, KDHE Health, has taken on responsibilities that other state agencies were performing prior, correct?
That has not been the case that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay, well, thank you. It just seems rather interesting and frustrating, Mr. Chairman, that over a 10-year period, we have more than doubled the FTEs in this one state agency. Thank you.
And kind of going on that question, if the large or many increases were in 21 and 22 due to the pandemic, and now with the public health emergency away or gone by the federal government, do we need those positions? Even though they're federally funded, do we need them?
And the agency has retained them. And I know that the increases for FTEs last year, those increases were not SGF funding. That was something that social service budget looked into. So these are federally funded, as you said. And in terms of whether or not they're needed, that's not something I can speak to.
Right. Representative Curtis, did you have a question? Any other questions in regards to fiscal year 2026? All right, seeing none? Oh, Senator Petty now.
Sorry. Yeah, I really am, Senator Petty. Onto that issue about staffing and looking at the chart on page 13, but actually, if I look at, and tell me if I'm incorrect here, but if I look at 2026, the SGF actually is reduced. So we're spending less, which means we have a higher number, but we're not spending any more federal, our SGF costs are decreasing even though we may be having more positions that are federally funded.
Yes, the SGF costs went down between 25 and 26.
Okay, thanks.
Any other further questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Megan. We'll go ahead and move on to the next budget. And Dayton is going to be providing that for us, and that's the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. Dayton.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Dayton Lemunyon, Senior Fiscal Analyst for KLRD, assigned to the hospitals and KDHE budget. So today I'll be presenting the budget for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, or KDHE as it's commonly known. That should be the next budget in your packet. Looking at that front page, looking at the breakdown of the funding, you'll see the bulk of the funding is in the other assistance category. Most of that funding is Medicaid funding, passes through the agency for nursing facilities, the HCBS waivers, mental health, Medicaid. Moving to the bottom, you'll see 392 FTE positions. As of their budget submission, about 20% of those are vacant. Primarily, they are surveying positions that over recent years they've had trouble filling. If you turn to page 2, I'll get into the 2025 budget. The agency request is $3.5 billion, including $1.5 billion SGF. This is an increase over the actual expenditures for 24 of $624 million, including $404 million SGF. The primary reasons for this increase are approximately $200 million in enhancement requests that were approved last year for 25, as well as unspent funds in 24 that carry forward to 2025. The agency's request is a decrease of $111 million, including a decrease of $165 million state general fund below the approved amount. And moving down to figure 4, item 1, the agency reappropriated $282.6 million in unspent state general funds from 24 to 25. I've included a breakdown of those funds. The first is $150.5 million for the HCBS waivers. So the HCBS waivers are not in caseloads, so they are not re-estimated twice a year based on changes in FMAP and projections. So there are only, one stab at this. So in 2023, during the public health emergency, there were significant reappropriations. The agency's revised estimate does lapse $144.5 million of those reappropriations. Turning to page 3. As Megan mentioned, during the pandemic, there was an additional 10% FMAP increase for the HCBS waivers. The requirements for those savings, however, are that they must be reinvested in the HCBS programs. So the state or the agency over the past few years has been getting those projects approved by CMS. So they do anticipate spending this $45 million this year. The next item is CanCare caseloads, $36.5 million, as Megan mentioned. This is a carryover. It's $36.5 million on the couple $1 billion budget. And then that final item is for the Sedgwick County Regional State Hospital, $35 million. They are currently constructing that hospital and anticipate it will be finished soon. Moving to item 2. KDHE does all of the capital improvement planning on behalf of the state hospitals. So that funding flows through KDHE to the state hospitals. So they had $9.9 million in approved projects that were not completed last year, and that funding carried forward. And moving to item 3, the Nutrition Services Incentive Program, which provides grants to organizations that sponsor elderly nutrition program sites. The federal government cut funding for that program for Kansas by $650,000. The agency's revised estimate includes a supplemental request for $1 million, which would offset the decrease as well as decrease wait lists that providers have put in place. Item 4, the agency includes a decrease of $150.3 million. This would lapse a portion of its SGF reappropriations, primarily for the HCBS waivers. Moving to item 5, the agency's revised estimate includes a decrease of $15.6 million. This is due to the agency transferring the 24/7 pay plan funds to the hospitals. And item 6, the agency anticipates that their Title 19, that would be the Medicaid funding, the state contribution is anticipated to increase. So that results in an increase of $44.8 million in federal funds. And then finally, item 7, the agency's revised estimate includes other adjustments totaling $8.9 million, including an SGF decrease of about $200,000, as well as 26 FTE positions. The FTE increase, 5 of those and 5 and 7 of those are for enhancements approved last year. However, the FTEs were not added at that time, as well as 11 temporary FTE positions for administration. And I'll stand for questions on 25.
All right, the first question that I have is in regards to, so the $9.9 million from the State Institutions Building Fund is a reappropriation. However, the governor took it out and they actually had that in the appeal process. Is that correct? Or some of it, not all of it, but some of it.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't participating in the appeals process, so I couldn't say. I haven't seen that yet.
All right. Any questions in regards to fiscal year 2025? Again, I'll make the same comment in regards to the FTEs as we did with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Here we're adding more FTEs with only a portion of the current year remaining. No questions for 2025? Then we'll move on to 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Turning to page 5, the 2026 agency request is $3.4 billion, including $1.4 billion state general fund. This is a decrease of $147 million, including a decrease of $125.4 million state general fund below the previous year. This is an increase of $34.4 million, including a decrease of $8.3 million from the 2025 approved amount. Moving down to item 1, which is on page 6, the agency requests $45 million state general fund for grants to providers to assist in becoming compliant with federal mandates concerning settings and conflict of interest rules. The agency states compliance is required to launch the community support waiver and to continue receiving federal funding for the existing IDD waiver. The agency highlights 3 areas that the grants will target. The first is CDDOs, that are providing waiver services. The funds would be used to establish independent CDDOs, fully separated, as well as targeted case management organizations that are providing both TCM and waiver services. And finally, congregate HCBS providers making modifications to satisfy the final settings rule. Items 2, 3, and 4 all go into detail, but just a note at the top, they're all similar in that the waivers are experiencing growth, so this is funding to sustain the growth of those waivers. So the first waiver is the HCBS Frail Elderly waiver. The agency requests $13.3 million, including $5.1 million state general fund, due to an increase of 7% over the past year. Item 3, the HCBS Technology Assisted waiver. The agency requests $8.2 million, including $3.1 million state general fund, to increase the number served on that waiver due to an increase of 11% over the past year. And item 4, the HCBS Brain Injury waiver. The agency requests $5.5 million, including $2.1 million state general fund, to increase the number served on that waiver due to an increase of 6%. And moving to item 5, the HCBS Community Support waiver. The agency requests $2.5 million, including $953,000 state general fund, to fund services for this waiver. This waiver is anticipated to come online halfway through fiscal year 26. So this would represent about 6 months of costs, serve up to 500 individuals on that waiver. Moving to item 6, the agency requests $4 million state general fund to continue its contract with Public Consulting Group to develop the community support waiver, to implement recommendations from waiver modernization committees, and to manage compliance grants. This would be one-time funding. The current contract ends at the end of fiscal year 25, so this $4 million would extend it through fiscal year 26, and that would be the last extension of the contract. Item 7, this is the continuation of the request in 25, $1 million for funding for the Nutrition Services Incentive Program. Item 8, the agency requests $500,000 state general fund to continue funding contract positions and services related to the Olmsted settlement. This would continue funding contract staff working with NFMHs to meet the requirements of the settlement. Moving to item 9. The agency requests $102,000 state general fund to create an aging services manager position. This would supervise a number of existing positions in the agency that are handling elder issues. Moving to page 10, or to page 8. Item 10, the agency requests $180,000, including $90,000 state general fund, to fund existing positions that are currently funded with FMAP savings that expire in 2025. The positions aid in the expansion of PACE services and provide oversight of those organizations. Item 11, the agency requests $3.5 million, all from the State Institutions Building Fund, to fund the Priority 2 rehabilitation and repair projects that are included in the 5-year plan. And I've got a breakdown here of what those projects are. The bulk of it would be for the Osawatomie State Hospital medium voltage electrical system. Moving to item 12, this is another state hospital project, $4.7 million state institution building fund, which would remodel the A building at Adair Acute Care, which is located on the Osawatomie campus. Item 13. The agency requests $2 million, again, to remodel a building on the Osawatomie State Hospital campus, the Cottonwood building. This, there are a number of items that will be remodeled in that building, and this includes patient recreation areas on the campus. Moving to the next page, item 14. The agency requests $926,000 SIBF to remodel the special services building and an office area in the MICO reintegration facility on the Osh campus. The special services building, the 3rd floor, is currently unused due to water damage. And the building houses IT and staff education programs on other floors. The project would additionally expand the office area in that MICO reintegration facility. Those are the enhancement requests. The remaining items are other changes included in the budget. Looking at item 15, The agency's request for the prior year included $26.5 million that was approved by the legislature. That's one-time funding, so would not carry forward to 26. Item 16, as Megan mentioned during the caseloads presentation, the Medicaid for payment for nursing facilities was only added for 25, so it has been backed out here in 26. In item 17, similarly, the legislature added a number of one-time projects for 25 that do not reoccur. So this results in a deletion of 15 million. And you see the list of projects in that paragraph. Item 18, the legislature last year added $4 million for CCBHC planning grants. This would be used for non-CMHCs to become certified as CCBHCs. And turning to the next page. The request includes a decrease of 15.6 million, and this is due to the 24/7 pay plan becoming part of the base budget for the state hospitals beginning in 26. Item 20 is similar to fiscal year 25, an increase in Title 19 funding of 44.9 million due to re-estimating the FMAP compared to what the approved amount was. Finally, you see other adjustments resulting in a decrease of 2.4 million, including an SGF increase of 361,000, as well as 5 FTE positions and 7 FTE positions for those enhancements approved by the legislature last year, or funded by the legislature last year, but the FTEs were not added. This request does not include the 11 temporary FTE positions that were in the 2025 budget. And I'd stand for questions on 26.
Committee, any questions on fiscal year 2026? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dalton, good to see you again. So just a little bit of on the number one, the HCBS provider compliance. We've been under, we had an interim committee on targeted case management. We've been under a correction action program. It started like in 2014, and we have not met that. Where the CDOs, it's a separation of who says that these people are eligible for services versus being a provider of those services. And the federal government is after us to make sure that we do that. And so we had this interim committee. So what there is now is there's about 1,400 people that are getting targeted case management from an independent organization other than the provider. And there's 7,000 people that are getting that information from the same person that provides the services. So the feds have come in and said, you know, that we need to separate that. So that's what that's about. We kind of balked on it in the committee. We requested proof that the feds were what they were going to do to us on this issue. It's ongoing. I just want to give some folks a background of what that's about. But the deal is it's not entirely profitable for a targeted case management to stand on their own at this point in time with the fees that we pay. So we've got to build a system to take care of those 7,000 other people that are getting their targeted case management from the same person that's providing them the service. And it's a federal deal, and it's, anyway, maybe, I hope I haven't complicated that more for you. And then I'm not sure how this process works here, but I see that they have deleted the Medicaid add-on of $47 million that we did last year, $20. I think it ended up being $15 a day. I plan on putting that back in here. I have had so many conversations with providers about that is the only thing, and that's the only reason that they're still in business today. And what that basically says is that the more Medicaid patients you serve in a nursing home, the more you get paid of that deal. So if you serve 90% Medicaid, you get a bigger chunk of that money. That is critical to our nursing facilities. End of story. I've said this many times, some of you on approach when I was on approach before. If we don't do this, you need to figure out where you're going to start putting these folks. It's just that simple. And when a nursing home closes, because it's not grandfathered in anymore, it has to meet the new specifications, new federal guidelines and stuff like that, it will never open again because they just can't afford to come in and spend $5 or $10 million to upgrade and meet the current specifications. So I don't know if that's appropriate in this process to make a motion to include that back in here, or we'll just do it through the budget process.
I would prefer to do that through the budget process.
Okay,
When
very
the
good.
legislative session reaches.
Well, at least you guys have
convenes.
heard my spiel now on that, but I'm dead serious about this. I mean, it's literally, you know, critical for these nursing homes that provide so much Medicaid, because it doesn't cover, we don't cover the cost of what it costs them. I mean, how much time, more money can they lose? So anyway, I'm off my soapbox.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the 24/7 pay plan transfer, so in our budget, we passed that would be part of the base, right? So I'm not understanding why in 25 then that they're deleting it down in the, and then it's carried on 26, because 26 it shouldn't even be there because it's part of the. So can you explain that to me a little bit?
Dayton. Mr. Chair, Representative. So it's sort of due to the starting point for the budget, which is the 25 approved. The 24/7 pay plan was made permanent beginning in 26. So in our starting point, it's included in the KDHE budget to be transferred to the hospitals. So that's why you see a decrease in 25. And when I presented the hospitals, you saw that increase in 25 as well. In 26, it's deleted because it will no longer be transferred. So two sort of different situations. The first one's a transfer. The second is deleting to reflect what was done in last year's budget.
Oh, okay, so we made that permanent in 26, not 25. Okay, all right, thanks.
Representative Helgerson.
Number 15, I want to make sure that I understand. The 26.5 was taken out because it was in the previous year, but we went from 52 to 104 and put in additional money. Is the full amount for doing the 104 still in?
Mr. Chair, Representative, yes, the full funding as presented in their 5-year plan is 118 million about. That's all in the budget. They plan for that to be completed in 25. So again, it's due to the starting point, we're comparing 26 to 25, so it's backed out to reflect that.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Dayton? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick questions. On number 3, the technology-assisted waiver, is this program like telehealth to where a person stays in their home, regularly their weight, their blood pressure, et cetera, their blood sugar is monitored or not?
Mr. Chair, Senator, so this waiver serves individuals who need technology to continue living at home. So it could be, forgive me, I don't know the specific technology, but maybe they need something to help them breathe at home or those type of things. It's not so much what you think of with telehealth, with maybe somebody monitoring you while you're at home to make sure you haven't fallen or something. It's not so much that, though I'm not sure that might not be included, but it's really more of that technology to help them live independently, the folks on the waiver.
Okay, because it says to avoid hospitalization or institutional treatments. So this is one of those places, maybe spending money saves money in the long run. Now, on the next page, 11, you talk about the state institutions buildings fund. I think, and I'm asking you to make certain that I'm correct because I see the SIBF several times. This is the 1.5 mils that the state assesses on property taxes across the state. Is that correct?
Dayton.
Mr. Chair, Senator, oh gosh. I can't remember for sure. It is, I think, based on a mill levy. I'd have to get the details specifically for you. Should have refreshed myself on that one, sorry.
All right. One reason, Mr. Chairman, I bring this up, there has been discussion on our side of the Capitol about eliminating that 1.5 mils as an attempt to reduce property taxes. And so I just thought that I would mention that, so when we talk about it next session, these are the type of programs that would then require state general fund reimbursement, because the legislation we've had would take it from property taxes to state general fund, further reducing property taxes. But I would ask that, if you don't mind looking to see if the state institutional buildings fund is the 1.5 mils. I think it's broke down in various portion of it goes to various corrections, regents, et cetera. But anyway, just some information we'll get later, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And just to clarify, on our side of the rotunda, we have been discussing a portion of that as well, maybe not the entire 1.5 mils, but there has been a reduction that's been floating around. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dayton, on number one there, you know, I've seen this several times, and it came up in a meeting we had a couple of weeks ago about the conflict of interest. Everybody keeps talking about this conflict of interest, but I've asked for, you know, some a letter or, you know, something stating the fact that we are in conflict of interest. And every time it's just a phone call. Can you get something like that? Because we asked for that several weeks ago. I haven't seen anything yet. Very concerning with the IDD community. I talked to several of them in the last week here about they're really worried about trying to separate some of these services. And because many of these are small, you know, agencies, and they're performing more than one service. And they're afraid that this may really impact the IDD community. So I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And also on the area aging or senior citizens, the same thing. They're wanting to separate some of these programs that have been in place for 25 years. And they're very concerned that we're going to lose services for our senior citizens. So that's just for the rest of the committee to get a little information.
Any other questions for Dayton? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Performance-based budgeting, that form that comes out, does KDHE have to fill one of those out?
Dayton.
Mr. Chair, Senator, yes, they do fill one out. We're in the process of getting those published. But yes, they do submit performance-based budgeting. I've got a copy of their measures. It's just not in a final published form quite yet.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions? All right, see none. Thank you, Dayton. We'll go ahead and move on to the next two budgets, which Amanda is going to be providing those for us. And the first, I believe she's going to be starting with, is the Office of the Child Advocate. Amanda.
Hello, committee and chair. My name is Amanda Prosser. I'm an analyst with Legislative Research. The first budget that I will be presenting to you is Office of the Child Advocate. This agency was originally established by executive order in October of 21 as a division within the Department of Administration's Office of Public Advocate. Then through the work of the legislature last biennium, Kansas now has the Office of Child Advocate as an independent state agency. The Child Advocate themselves is an individual appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate to serve a 5-year term. Today in our audience, if she's willing to waive, we do have our interim Child Advocate, Carrie Lawnard, back there. She's happy to answer any questions if you have them. The agency's purpose is to ensure that children and families receive adequate coordination of child welfare services offered by DCF, KDADS, Department of Corrections, KDHE, and the juvenile courts. Currently, the agency is fully staffed with a director. They have 3 investigators and an admin position. Similar to the other presentations, the front table gives you a high-level overview of the agency's budget, showing actuals for 2024, their revised request for 25, and their request for 26. The actuals for 24 come from the Department of Administration. So prior to being a state agency, a similar function was accomplished within the Office of Public Advocate in the Department of Administration. This office is housed, also houses other ombudsmen. They house the CanCare ombudsman. And in previous years, the Office of the Public Advocate was a single line item appropriation within the D of A budget. So the actuals you see here are when the Child Advocate was a program within that. Beginning in 2025, you're seeing the budget requests for the Child Advocate as a standalone agency. Flipping the page, if you look on page 2, that third table, you can see that they're requesting just under $681,000. The majority of the request is for their 5 filled positions, including their director, the 3 investigators, and the admin, as well as 1 additional vacant investigator position. The funding includes about $148,000 in contractual services, contractual expenditures, primarily their case management system, and about $3,000 in office commodities. I do want to point out the majority of the funding, it's an interagency transfer from the Department of Administration to the Child Advocate for that first year in 25 to get the ball rolling for them as a new agency. I did work closely with Stephen on this, who's the analyst in our office for Department of Administration, and we agree that the amount is comparable to what they were receiving as an individual program when they were at D of A, with a few additional expenditures as they become an independent agency. Also, as page 3, I think, touches on, about $133,000 of unspent funding was carried over from 24 into 25 from when they were a program to now when they're a state agency. If you flip the page again, you'll see the agency's request for 26. Here, the agency is submitting 1 enhancement request for 2 case investigative analysts. In the current year, so in 25, the agency is working to hire an investigator position using some of the carryover funding I mentioned earlier. In 26, the agency is looking for an appropriation to fund that same position plus an additional 1 for a total of 2 investigators that are in addition to their current 5 employees. Absent that enhancement, the agency is requesting $552,000 for fiscal year 26, and that amount is pretty comparable to fiscal year 25. With that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Amanda. So this is reflecting an interagency transfer. So in the Department of Administration's budget, there'll be a reduction of this amount. Is that correct, Stephen? All right. Any questions in regards to 25 and 26? Because you had kind of basically covered some of it. All right, seeing none. Oh, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, can you elaborate a little bit on what type of contractual services they may be entering into? Because it says in here that the request $148,000 for contractual services.
Sure. The biggest item is their case management software that is managing everything coming in. They also have website fee services that they're using under contractual services as well.
Well, not being into technology, $148,000 sounds like a lot of money to me, but I don't understand if it's correct or not. But
happy to get you a further breakdown if that'd be helpful.
It would be for me. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Amanda?
All right. Next, I will be covering DCFs. Oops. I did want to, if the chair is comfortable, I was able to find some information to assist Senator Francisco and Representative Williams in some of their questions during the caseload memo. Is that all right to pass out?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. All right. So to address both of their questions, to Senator Francisco's point, the amount in the memo is completely cash assistance. That is the money that's provided directly to individuals. That is not any of the administration costs. One of the documents you're going to get, actually you're going to get two documents regarding TANF. One is a stapled document that has several tables just showing the caseload changes over time, the amount spent. That'll be helpful information if you'd like to review. You're also going to receive the TANF fund report. This shows that TANF is a block grant of $101.5 million for 24, and it has the expenditures for all of those with that, and it has the TANF cash assistance on there. It has foster care, but it has several of the other programs that TANF dollars are supporting, so that'll be helpful as you reference. The other document that's going to get passed out is more directed towards Representative Williams' questions. She was asking, if you recall, some historical information on the number of kids in foster care, et cetera. And what I pulled, I'm hoping, yes, it does have, okay. This is the testimony that Secretary Howard gave last month to the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight. Has some great information in there, some numbers for her, so I'm hoping that will help give some more context. But to address the budget, hopefully you have that blue and yellow document that comes from legislative research in front of you. So similar to all the other presentations, the front table gives you a high-level overview of the agency's budget, showing actuals for 2024, the revised request for 25, and the request for 26. In this front table, the agency request does include reappropriations for fiscal year 25 and all of their enhancement requests for 26. The bulleted list at the bottom shows their main 8 budgetary programs and the percentage of total SGF expenditures in fiscal year 26 that goes towards that particular program. For example, the first one in the list, 10.9% of the SGF request would go towards the administration program. Moving down the list, you have Child Support Services, which works to identify legal parentage and enforce legal child and medical support obligations. You have Economic and Employment Services, which administers programs that provide assistance and grants to needy families. So this will include cash assistance, child care assistance, employment services, utility assistance, and food assistance. Down the list, Rehabilitation Services assists people with disabilities to become gainfully employed and self-reliant. Prevention and Protection Services includes family assessments, family support services, independent living services for older youth, foster care, and licensing. Developmental Disabilities Council, that is the council that was required by the Developmental Disabled Assistance and Bill of Rights Acts of 1975, and advocates for services and supports for developmentally disabled individuals, their family, and their caregivers. Down the list, Client Service Delivery, that includes the field staff, which encompasses 36 service centers across the state, 6 regions. These are individuals performing much of the groundwork for the agency. And last on that list is the capital improvements, their budgetary program. If you flip to page 2, you can see the fiscal 2025 analysis for the agency. That second table in the middle of the page shows that the agency's revised request is $1.1 billion, including $494 million SGF, which is a decrease of just under $7 million below the approved. I will note that that $7 million is going to drop to about $4 million in savings upon the adoption of fall caseloads. That will go into that. The table at the bottom of the page is most helpful, I find. Here you can see about $965 million all funds, including $470 million SGF, was initially appropriated in 25 in SB 28. There are several things from last session that I hope ring a bell. I do have the appropriations report if that's helpful for anyone. But just a reminder, this body did add $1 million SGF to fund grants for families with adopted children who are at risk of removal. This body increased to the base funding for the 10 centers of independent living across the state. They added $1.1 million state general fund to continue supporting the family resource centers across the state. This body expanded Foster Adopt Connect to Wichita. This body did appropriate funding for Keys for Networking to provide iGrad. However, if you'll recall, the governor did veto the language specifying that the money needed to go for Keys for Networking specifically and the required progress report. This body passed funding for a new family finding system that was in a governor's budget amendment. This body added funding for the sole family legal permanency option, which was passed. We added the statewide salary adjustment by the State Finance Council. This body also last year provided some additional funding for DECA. This body also provided funding, about $1.8 million, for a charitable organization to provide toiletry kits for public schools. Last year, we provided $400,000 in fiscal year 25 for Can Coach, and there was also additional funding for Youth Core Ministries to provide the Core Community Program. There was about $350,000 towards that. And in addition to all of that, so everything that I just described is in that top line in the table that shows the SB 28 appropriation. And in addition to that, as required by law, there was about $30.8 million of unspent funds in 24 that was reappropriated into 25. They've stated that the surplus is for a variety of reasons, including their own financial stewardship, as well as flexibilities provided with federal pandemic funds. The first paragraph describes the SGF accounts that the reappropriated dollars came from, as it's written in the bill. But if you want additional detail on specifically how those funds are going to be spent, the very last page in this budget summary has a detailed list provided by DCF showing where all that money is going. But staying kind of on this page 2 fiscal 25 analysis, you can see that the agency doesn't have any supplemental requests. And then item 3 shows that the agency is lapsing about $7 million in their youth services and assistance account back to the state general fund, but keep in mind that's going to drop to about $4 million should this body adopt caseloads. And then subsequently, items 4 through 10, these are the various federal funds that the agency has better estimates on compared to when they initially submitted their 25 budget all the way back in the fall of 23. So they're just anticipating receiving more federal funding. Certainly, we can read through all of these points if anyone has any questions, but I know while everyone's attentive, maybe go ahead and flip to page 5, where we start the 26 analysis, because this is going to have all of their enhancement requests for the next year. Item 1 on the list, the agency is requesting funding for the summer EBT program. This is the program that is looking to replace a pandemic-era program where families were provided an EBT card when schools and child care facilities were closed during COVID. There's a federal push to provide a similar program in the summertime. And so the funding request here is for the state to fund the administrative costs of that program while federal funding is used for the benefits that go out to families. The back page where the planned expenses for the reappropriated dollars are listed, you'll see that this is one of the items that DCF has used reappropriated dollars for in 25. So in 26, they're looking for an actual appropriation for that. Item 2 covers the contract increase for DCF's call center contract with Amazon Connect. For fiscal year 25, the agency is using reappropriated dollars to cover the contract increase, but here they're looking for an SGF appropriation. The agency indicated that prior to COVID, they used a different system, UCCX, and it had its limitations, and then they switched over to Amazon Connect, and they find they can provide more timely, efficient service to clients because of its ability to reroute calls to staff, so they avoid voicemail lags. They also have an interactive voice response feature that allows clients to self-serve. And it also helps with the calls it receives through the Kansas Protection Report Center, and that's important because the KPRC does find it difficult to retain employees on overnight and weekend shifts, so Amazon Connect is helping with that. Item 3 on the list, the agency is requesting funding to begin a nurse co-responder partnership. This is a new thing. Where Child Protective Services would respond with a nurse in addition to a social worker when the home has a child under the age of 1. The agency recognizes that their child protection specialists and investigators may not have the expertise needed to accurately assess the needs of an infant when responding to a family in need of assessment. So for this, the agency would use the money to issue an RFP to contract with 12 public health nurses across the state. Item 4 on the list, the agency is requesting funding to cover increased costs from administrative operating costs. This increase is covered with reappropriations in 25. Item 5 on the list, the agency is requesting funding to purchase 800 software licenses for a client management software. This is the same software used by KDHE to manage their Medicaid population. DCF has indicated that they've used reappropriated dollars to develop and integrate the software into their KEYS eligibility system, and now they would like funding for the licensings to allow staff to use it. Item 6 on the list is a request for SGF funding for the ongoing maintenance of the automated system that is used to order and distribute food products, which is the TFAP. The agency has used about $1 million reappropriated dollars to build an automation system that takes them away from trading spreadsheets amongst all the different food providers in the region offices. And so now they're requesting for about $200,000 for ongoing maintenance of that automation that they've established. Item 7, the agency is requesting funds on behalf of Care Portal to support additional personnel and technology costs. This is the platform that connects churches across the state to all of the families that DCF assists. This enhancement request would support new management roles and a church ambassador for Ellis and Barton counties. Item 8, the agency is requesting a state match for federal funds to support the SNAP employment and training program. In our state, this program is supported primarily by 2 federal grants. One of the federal grants that was 100% federal dollars is decreasing, so the agency is wanting to boost the state match for the other federal grant that's a 50-50 grant. So $150,000 of Kansas SGF would bring in $150,000 federal dollars. Reappropriations for 25 were used for 25. Item 9, the agency is requesting $521,000 to support the growth of the state's family resource centers. Item 10, the agency is looking for funding to meet some of the immediate needs of families who may not qualify or haven't applied for some other assistance programs. It says concrete goods. I always wish I had a Sheridan concrete every time I read it. But my understanding is that this is an ask coming from the on-the-ground providers across the region. They're working with families who may meet a family or person who clearly need some assistance with food, childcare, rent, diapers, whatever it may be, but they either aren't able or aren't interested in receiving government money through a formal program. And so this money coming just kind of directly from these regional officers, they feel that people are more likely to accept. And so that's what that is. Item 11, the agency is requesting funding on behalf of Kansas Strong. I will say this is not the oil and gas version of Kansas Strong, but rather there's a public-private partnership that includes DCF, but it also includes the judicial branch, and they focus on permanency planning. And Kansas Strong was initially funded with a 5-year agreement between KU and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and they implemented several permanency strategies, including Can Coach. This particular enhancement is looking to support the continuation of the parent youth facilitation strategy, which is a conflict resolution, brings in a mediator, and it's for youth 14 and older. And so they're looking to kind of keep that piece of Kansas Strong. The last enhancement in this list is similar to a request presented last session. This is for funding in 2 positions at the Kansas Commission for Deaf and Hard of Hearing. One person would be here to help all state agencies better access qualified interpreters. And another would focus on the court's capacity to access adequate communication services. Following the list of enhancements, items 13 through 15 indicate other budgetary changes that the agency is anticipating for 26. These aren't enhancements, but they are above the amount approved for 25. Item 13, they're anticipating receiving about $32 million in federal summer SNAP benefits for 26. Sorry, I lost my spot. The next item in the list discusses the Child Care and Development Fund. They're anticipating an additional $23.3 million in federal benefits to provide child care quality grants and child care assistance payments. And then the last item on that list is all other adjustments. Which I do want to make sure I touch. They're deleting about $4.5 million in all funds, including an increase of just under $500,000 SGF is the sum of all other adjustments. I also want to point out through this section, it's that last paragraph, it's very important. So last session, the 2024 legislature approved the governor's recommendation to expend $1.1 million from the Children's Initiative Fund to provide ongoing maintenance and support for the child care workforce registry. And as you might recall, at the last LBC meeting, it was LBC, Melissa Rooker described the financial outlook for the fund and stated the need to reduce expenditures. One of those items that she was referring to is this child care workforce registry. So last session, it came through DCFs as an SGF request, and then through the governor's recommendation and through this body's final action, it was approved to appropriate CIF dollars for that. Now we're at a decision point, kind of where unless this body takes action to fund it with SGF, it will not be funded by CIF dollars in 26, if that makes sense. And that was a lot. If you keep going through the document, page 10 has their request for capital improvements. In the current year, they're working to replace the roof at the parking garage in Topeka. Next year, they're looking to resurface the floor of the parking garage. They do go before Joint Committee on State Building Construction next week. Page 11 are several reference tables that have been requested, and page 12 is the list of planned expenditures for reappropriations. Gosh, that was a lot, but I'm happy to stand for questions, sir.
You did a great job going through it. The first question I have is in regards to the summer EBT program. So in 26, they're asking for state general fund dollars of $925,000, all funds of $1,750,000. But in 25, I go back to 25, it was all federal funds.
So in 25, what you're seeing is the benefits provided to families, and then they use reappropriation dollars in 25 to fund the administration state match portion. In 26, they're saying we don't know that we'll have any reappropriations. We would like an SGF appropriation to fund the administration cost of that program. It's a 50-50 match, and so the state would provide $925,000 SGF, and feds would provide the other half.
But they could have a reappropriation.
You never know.
So I think it is a little premature, not knowing if they're going to have a reappropriation or not, asking for a state general fund allocation for this item when they had a reappropriation the previous year. Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, on that note, on page 12, how much of this 30 million that they're, well, the items, I guess, how many of those items are they anticipating going to go forward? They're changing something that's going to go forward. It's not a one-time spend. Is it pretty well all of them? You understand what I'm saying?
I don't. Can you ask it again?
Let's say down here to...
A numbered list would have been helpful.
Yeah, no, well, okay, let's just say to the 130 to use state match for SNAP, to replace with 50-50 funding. So that one's going from 100% federal to 50-50 state and federal, right?
No.
Or is it the other way around?
No. On that one, always the benefits that are provided to families, that's 100% federal dollars that go to families. The only 50-50 portion is the administrative cost. In 25, they use reappropriations for that 50-50 match. In 26, they're asking for a...
Okay, so that's my question. How many of these items are they using the reappropriation from past year, and then they're expecting to be reimbursed the next year with new appropriation?
I do understand your question. I could not answer that on the spot, but I'm happy to kind of look more into that.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to follow up on clarification on what you provided the chairman regarding the EBT program. It was $65.7 million in 2025. We don't know if we have any for 2026. Is that what I'm hearing you say for that program? Or do we know that the federal government will provide $65 million in 2026?
I understand your question. I'm not comfortable answering that question, but I would be happy to get a response to confirm that the federal funding for the benefits in 2026 is a guaranteed should we continue the program. Is that?
You said it is a guarantee.
Said you'll check to see
Okay.
if
I
it's
will
a guarantee.
confirm,
Okay.
yes, because I
Okay, so
see
that-
what you're asking,
So
I
that
think.
goes back to your question about funding the administration if we don't know if we get the money. But I also want to know, does this tie to the school lunch program where districts across our state have been providing since COVID summer lunch programs? Is it tied or is it actually in addition to?
Amanda?
I will follow up and get that for you.
And then my last question relating to this is, for those recipients for these SNAP benefits, is it going to be, is this a direct certification or do they have to actually apply for these benefits? The school lunch program, in the last couple of years, it became a direct certification. So no longer did families have to apply. The schools automatically received increased, which actually is used for at-risk funding. So just curious, when these dollars go out, are they also direct certification through their income tax? And then really, I mean, what total amount are we spending on meals? It looks like there's possibly, if these are not the same or correlated, there's double money that went out during this time period. Thank you.
Amanda?
I would just say that I do understand her question. Having done a little bit with education, I see that what she's looking at, and I'm happy to look more into that, work with Jenny, work with both agencies and see what I can find out for you.
Representative Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So where is JAG-K in this TANF program?
It should be on that table. If it is not, we do 2 tables for TANF. I was printing this one off kind of in haste because of the questions that were asked this morning. If it's not on there, I'll get the other table and get that to you.
I think it is. I think it's under KEHS, TANF.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it's not JAG-K anymore, but I think that's it. I just wanted to bring that to. Is that the one? Those initials?
Amanda?
I would hate to give you a wrong answer on that, so I will follow up with you and get back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I had another question in regards to page 3, item number 6, the community resource grants. So this was $10 million, basically. Was this the first spark or the second spark in regards to federal funding?
Can't tell you if it's first or second. I can tell you it was a $18 million one that was approved. And I do have, I'll ask if staff, if you wouldn't mind, if staff can pass out. We do have updates for where that funding went and how much is spent currently and some programmatic updates. Thank you. And so that document outlines, I think, what you're trying.
Well, and I'm just, yesterday in our legislative budget committee meeting, we had a document that was provided with us in regards to ARPA funding.
Yes.
That has been committed.
Yes.
But yet I would say a large portion has been unspent. And I'm just kind of wondering, and they're carrying over $10 million, and is there a plan or commitment in regards to that $10 million, and it'll be spent by fiscal year 2026?
Yes. So in reference to the table that you're talking about from yesterday, the community resource grants are on that table. And on that particular table, I think it shows that there's about $9 million unspent. This has about $10 million unspent. And the agency indicates that they've given all their grantees either at the end of federal fiscal year 25 or 26. I think the latest one is September 30th of 26 to spend that money. And so they're anticipating that everybody will spend the money by that point.
Okay, so then you answered my first question then. So if it shows up on that table for ARPA, that means it was Spark 2.
Okay.
Because Spark 1 was the CARES Act money.
Yes.
So this is ARPA money then?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for Amanda? Senator Peck.
Mr. Chairman, not really a question, just something I have said, and I'm going to reiterate with an example right in front of us here on page 8. Under Kansas Strong, we see that there was federal grant money that was being given. It's ended. Now they're looking for us to provide state general fund. Just going to urge caution for this committee and the two budget committees in the legislature and the legislature as a whole. We have for years just taken some money from state general fund that was federally funded, and I see potentially, in looking at a very cloudy crystal ball, that with the changes coming from DC, there will be more and more of these. My point, Mr. Chairman, when we start kicking in state money to replace lost federal money, it never goes away. So we've got to be very cautious in not deciding, well, this program's good, let's just fund it. I realize we're only talking $207,000, but that's $207,000, and it starts adding up. Just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe that's a very well point that we need to be cautious about. And perhaps if the federal funding is not coming in, we do not extend these programs, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had a lot of programs that were funded by federal dollars that was coming from COVID relief money. And we're seeing more and more of those programs utilizing the federal funds, and now they're coming for state general fund allocations. And as you mentioned, with changes that could be possibly coming from DC, we could be seeing a number more than what we're seeing now. And I do think we need to be extremely cautious when we've had programs that were funded by federal dollars, and now the agencies are coming to extend those programs using state general fund. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more comment. Also, looking at this Spark, item number 2, $7.7 million to unite us for some type of closed looping referral system, data system. At some point, I think the legislature needs to get a handle of all the millions we're spending in data systems and software updates. And we got hit really hard during COVID with the Department of Labor because we had put money in and then all of this. And here we're seeing it again, but I bet you none of us really know what that is. But yet we spent $7.7 million. And so I would just really be intrigued by the thought of having a review of all the millions we're pouring into all of our agencies so we can keep track of it, because I feel like it's just a way to, I don't know if it's helpful or not, or if it's a redundancy or not. I don't know that any of us really do, and that would be something helpful for the future. Thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Williams, we've done some pretty deep diving in on United Us. It is I think the one deceptive thing here is it was Spark money, but it is a pay-as-you-go type of situation. So they don't get any money until they start to provide the services. So I think the last time I looked, they'd received $1.5 million so far. It's a 3-year contract, and there are benchmarks in there that they only get the money. At the end of the 3 years, if they do everything they say they're going to do, they'll get the $7 million. But it is an interesting concept of putting people together with services, making it easier for people to access services, a one-stop shop, so to speak. They've been out through our county or our state. People sign up for access to their computer, and then people can access that. So we are keeping an eye on that one.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amanda, just one more bite of the apple on this page 12. Okay, this is money from 24 that's being reallocated to 25. These items, are they part of their supplemental request, or are they just automatically saying, since we've got the money, we're going to put it to this?
The second that you mentioned. It is not reappropriations automatically happen. They have 4 accounts. I can't remember. It's in the paragraph. One second. Where's that at?
So, but it's just they're gonna automatically use this money for these items.
Correct.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, that brings up what I was afraid was happening. That's $30 million that they're basically increasing 25 by, which will then increase 26 if we don't look at these, because that 30 million is not going to be there for 26. So I think we really need to look at these items really carefully for 25 before it just gets embedded into 26.
Any other questions? All right, see none? Thank you, Amanda. And then we'll go on to the last budget before we break for lunch, and that is going to be presented by Julia, who is going to have the presentation for the Kansas Guardianship Program. Julia.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Julia Kofoid, and I am a legislative fellow for KLRD. And today I will be presenting the Kansas Guardianship Budget Summary. On the first page, you will see the table that has the overview of fiscal years 2024 through 2026. A little bit about the agency. The Kansas Guardianship Program serves adults who are without family or financial resources and who through either physical or mental impairment or disability are identified by the Department for Children and Families or the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services as in need of a court-appointed guardian or conservator. The Kansas Guardianship Program recruits volunteers who become qualified and trained to serve in that capacity. The state then serves as the surety on the bond for volunteer conservatives serving in the Kansas Guardianship Program. And if you will turn to page 2, I will begin the analysis for the agency. Fiscal year 2025 overview and analysis. Figure 3 shows that they are requesting just over $1.56 million, which is the same as the agency approved amount from fiscal year 2025. They are asking or carrying over just under $110,000 in unspent SGF monies in fiscal year 2025 of reappropriations, and they are using this to hire a strategic planner and complete an organizational assessment for the agency. This reappropriation is coming from monies that was from budget errors in previous fiscal years. Originally, it was going to be used for vacant positions and stipend shortfalls. They did not have any supplemental requests in fiscal year 2025. Going on to other changes for the agency, they had a revised estimate including a decrease of just over $86,000 for salaries and wages. This is due to the retirement of 2 positions, which included the executive director this year. Moving on to page 3, we will continue the fiscal year 2025 analysis. Other changes also included a decrease of $22,600 for contractual services. This included fees attributable to volunteers choosing not to take their monthly stipends, which is $40 a month per each ward they have. They also have a request of an increase of just over $112,000 for capital outlay, specifically for microcomputer equipment. After talking with the agency more, this was due to the need to replace their servers, updating software, replacing their computer monitors, and any older computer equipment. All other adjustments includes a decrease of just under $4,000. This was for equipment rental and postage. Are there any questions for fiscal year 2025?
Minnie, any questions? All right, seeing none, Julia, you can move on to 2026.
Perfect. 2026 analysis will begin on page 4. They are requesting just under $1.5 million, which is a decrease of just over $93,000 or 6% from fiscal year 2025 approved amount. They submit no enhancement request for fiscal year 2026. Going on to other changes, they requested an increase of just under $34,000 SGF for salaries and wages. This was for a increase 5% pay raise for all employees except for 1 vacant position. However, due to the global recommendation from the LBC, this will be deleted. They also had a request for contractual services of a decrease of $22,380. This was for a decrease in funds of database fees and in-state meals and lodging. For all other adjustments, they were requesting a decrease of just over $38,000 for dues and subscriptions and other fees. And before I stand for questions, I'll have you turn to page 6 and go over the reference tables. Figure 8 shows the agency's 10-year expenditure history, including FTEs. And I am happy to stand for questions.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Committee, are there any questions in regards to the budget for the Kansas Guardianship Program? All right. Seeing none. Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead, and it's 11:25, and break for lunch. We'll be resuming the budgets analysis at 1:30. If you haven't yet, please sign your voucher and get those turned in so I can have Susan run those up to LAS. So until 1:30, we are in recess. We're going to go ahead and get started for this afternoon. It was brought to my attention when we had broke for lunch that there is a function that some senators may be going to tomorrow. And so the preference would be to end the meeting tomorrow as close to noon as we possibly can. So we've made an adjustment to today's meeting, so that's why we need to get started and get through this, because we'll be adding, we'll be moving, let me say that, for tomorrow's agenda, the Transportation and Public Safety Group to the 9:45 Education Group, so we can try to get the meeting concluded by noon, so the senators can leave. And then tomorrow, we're going to not do the budgets for the Kansas Department of Commerce, Insurance Department, Cosmetology, Judicial Branch, and Board of Indigent Defense Services. That'll be moved to our meeting that we will have next week on December 18th and 19th to try to get through all the budgets. So today we're moving the Legislature, Legislative Coordinating Council, Legislative Research Department, Legislative Division of Post Audit, and the Office of Revisor of Statutes to this afternoon's agenda to get through all these budgets because of that change in tomorrow's meeting. So in order to get through all of these in a timely fashion, we'll go ahead and start with the Office of the Governor, and Dylan Deere with Kansas Legislative Research Department is going to be providing the budget for the governor. Dylan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is pretty much the base budget for the Office of the Governor. So I just want to make it clear that this is not the GovRec, even though it's the governor's budget. So anyway, if you take a look at it on the front page, in 24 you have about 110.9 million, reduces down to 67.2 and then to $58.3 million. That reduction is largely a result of ARPA funds having been expended previously. If you turn to the next page, on page 2, all right, there's SGF reappropriations totaling $1.9 million. 1.1 of that is domestic violence prevention grants, $337,000 is child advocacy center grants, $109,000 for CASA, and then $367,000 is in operations. We see this every year. It's just mostly a timing issue. I would expect that if these funds have not already gone out, they will go out shortly. And it's just having the grant recipients, cross all their T's and dot all their I's in order to be able to draw down those funds. If you look, there are no supplemental requests. If you look at the Federal Grants Office, this is an addition of $3.8 million, all from federal funds, and one FTE position. That is for a grants program specialist. You have $1.6 million increase in ARPA funding. That's a firefighter relief, those equipment purchases for firefighting. There's $2.2 million for other grants, $1.1 increase for justice assistance, $403,000 for crimes victims assistance, and $358,000 for family violence prevention grants. And all of that is just updates from the federal government saying how much money is coming out according to all the formulas. The Office of Recovery is deleting 5 FTE positions. They formerly had 12 FTE positions, so this will bring them down to 7. And that's just a wind down of operations there at the Office of Recovery. And all other adjustments, you have a net deletion of 1.8. One is in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, that adds a position, and then the Governor's Residence is adding a 0.3 FTE position for a custodian, and they are offset by reductions in the Office of the Governor of 3 FTE positions. The majority of these adjustments are simply reclassification, moving around of existing personnel, stuff like that that's going on. With that, I would stand for questions on 25.
Committee, are there any questions for the Office of the Governor on fiscal year 2025? Seeing none, move on to 2026.
Moving to 26. So the request is $58.3 million. This is an $8.9 million change from the previous year and a $3.3 million or 5.3% reduction from the approved without reappropriations. So there are no enhancement requests as part of this budget. In the Federal Grants Office, you're seeing a reduction of $3.3 million. That's largely because there's no ARPA funds budgeted there for the Grants Office. There is ARPA funds being budgeted inside the Office of Recovery for their operations, but none flowing through the federal grants office. That results in a net deletion of $3 million, and you also have reduced estimates for crime victims assistance and family violence prevention. It is carrying forward that additional FTE position for the grants program specialist. That is a federally funded grant program specialist, if you were curious. On other adjustments, you have the addition of $22,309, including $24,370, and then carrying forward those previous adjustments I discussed on FY25 on those FTE positions. The salaries adjustments there are largely just around fringe benefit costs. With that, I would stand for questions on FY26.
All right, are there any questions in regards to fiscal year 2026? Seeing none, I think we're done
Thank
with
you very
the
much,
office
Mr.
of the governor. Next would be Sharday Kane, and she is going to be doing the office of the state treasurer and the Kansas Department of Revenue. Sharday.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sharday Kane. I'm going to start with the Office of the State Treasurer. The Office of the State Treasurer is the designated fiscal agent for the state of Kansas and is responsible for the timely receipt and deposit of all receipts and revenues into the state treasury. On page 2, the agency's fiscal year 2025 revised estimate is $133.2 million, including $2 million SGF. This is an increase of $47 million or 54.5% above the fiscal year 2024 approved amount. At the bottom of page 2, their SGF reappropriation was in the amount of $4,183. There were no supplemental requests. Item number 3, the agency's revised estimate includes adding $50 million all from the Build Kansas Matching Grant Fund in fiscal year 2025. Item number 4, on the top of page 3, the agency's revised estimate includes a decrease of $2.9 million, all in special revenue funds and anticipated unclaimed property claims in fiscal year 2025. And finally, item number 5, all other adjustments, including a decrease of $58,000 and an increase of 0.2 FTE in all other adjustments in fiscal year 2025. And I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 2025.
Committee, any questions? Seeing none? Oh, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, the unclaimed property expense fund, am I to understand in fiscal year 25 that it's nearly $2 million to administer the unclaimed property?
Sharday.
Mr. Chair, it is not $2.9 million to administer it. They come up with an estimate on how many claims will go out each year based on data that is, they use the last 5 years of data to adjust the amount each year. So this is an adjustment based on claims that came in for the last 5 years.
So that has nothing to do with administering the fund, the program?
No, it does not.
20.6 million, 20.7 million, is that the amount of unclaimed property held by the state?
I can get the current amount, but for fiscal year 2023, it was 20.5 million, and in fiscal year 2024, it was 17 million. So I can find out what the amount is
That's
right
fine,
now.
so that fluctuates significantly. I was just trying to find out, Mr. Chairman, how much it cost us to administer or to pay out the money, because someone's got to write checks, someone's got to verify that these people indeed do qualify for what they're applying for. Not a big deal, just thought I'd ask. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, Sharday, 2026.
Okay, on page 4, the fiscal year 2026 request is $81.4 million. This is $4.8 million or 5.6% below the fiscal year 2024 approved amount. At the bottom of page 4, item number 1, the agency does not have any enhancement requests. Item number 2 is a deletion of $2 million SGF for the Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Program due to it being a one-time program allocated by the legislature. Item number 3 is the unclaimed property, again, a decrease of $2.9 million due to a new adjustment in the estimate. And item number 4 is an increase of about 85,000, all from special revenue funds, and 0.2 FTE and all other adjustments. And to answer Senator Peck's question a little bit more, as you can see in item number 4, this is an increase due to processing. So I can find out how much it takes to process them, but the fund that is listed here is specifically the money itself that goes out.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sade, why is the 50 million in 25 but not in 26 for the Build Kansas?
Sade.
Mr. Chair, it's in 25 because this is a carryover because they did not spend any of the money in fiscal year 2024. So it's already allocated. This is an additional 50 million.
Okay, it's the additional that was reallocated.
Yeah.
Okay, so the others just automatically in there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Sade in regards to 2026? All right, seeing none, we may move on to the Department of Revenue.
Okay. The Kansas Department of Revenue collects taxes and fees, administers Kansas tax laws, issues a variety of licenses, and provides assistance to Kansas citizens and units of government. The agency is divided into 6 major divisions: the administrative services, aid to local units of government, alcoholic beverage control, or ABC, motor vehicles, property valuation, and tax administration. On page 2, the budget comparison table shows that the agency's fiscal year 2025 revised estimate is $126.9 million, including $17.6 million SGF. This is a decrease of $470,000 or 0.4% below the approved amount. The bottom of page 2, item number 1, the SGF reappropriation for this agency is $40,547 into fiscal year 2025. Item 2, the agency had no supplemental requests. Item 3 is related to the Special County Mineral Production Tax Fund, a deletion of $453,000 to adjust the transfer amount for the consensus revenue estimates. And finally, item number 4, all other adjustments, includes a deletion of $17,000 that is primarily attributable to data processing supplies and other supplies not needed for the rest of this fiscal year. And I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 25.
Any questions for Sade? Seeing none, may start with 2026.
Okay. On page 4 in figure 6, budget highlight changes, the agency's fiscal year 2026 request is $123.6 million, including $17.8 million SGF. This is a decrease of $3.8 million or 3% below the fiscal year 2025 approved amount. At the bottom of page 4, item number 1, the agency does not have any enhancement requests. Item number 2 is a deletion of $603,000 off from the Special County Mineral Production Tax Fund to adjust the transfer amount for the consensus revenue estimates. Item number 3 is related to the license plate replacement. The completion of that project is showing these one-time funds coming out of the budget. Item number 4 includes $831,000 off from special revenue funds. This adjustment eliminates the shrinkage allocation for the agency of $1.6 million. Absent the elimination of the shrinkage allocation, the agency's salaries and wages budget would decrease by $803,000. And item number 5, the agency's request includes $897,000, including $180,000 SGF and all other adjustments. And I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 2026.
All right, thank you, Sade. And I don't know if I'll be able to answer the question that I have, but last year we had an addition, I'll say this, from outside of this department in regards to the county treasurer's offices. And I believe the amount was around $9 million. And I'm assuming that that's going to resurface again this coming legislative session. But there was no indication on how that money was going to be allocated. So I didn't know, one, I didn't know if you would be aware of it. And two, I'm hoping that we don't allocate the 9 million, but if we did, how would the Department of Revenue administer that money? Maybe that's something that I need to get with Chairperson Wassinger, because she'll have this in her General Government Budget Committee.
Mr. Chair, I do recall something about this, but I would have to go back in my notes and see more detail on it, and I can ask the agency and touch base with you and Representative Wassinger on that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Because I'm just wondering, that was one of the issues with it last year, was just a blanket dollar amount with no allocation formula or calculation or anything. Any other questions in regards to fiscal year 2026? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Charday.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move on to the next budget, and that is the Real Estate Commission. And so Jacob Klesby will be giving us the budget for the Real Estate Commission. Jacob.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jacob Klesby. I am a legislative fellow with KLRD assigned to analyze the budget for the Real Estate Commission. The Real Estate Commission protects the public interest in the selling, purchasing, and leasing of real estate, and it develops responsive policies and procedures that are focused on customer service. The agency administers a program of licensure, education, and compliance relating to the transacting of real estate by salespersons and brokers in Kansas. If you will turn to page 2, this begins our analysis of fiscal year 2025. The agency was approved for $1.4 million in spending, and for 2025, the agency has requested an amount of $1.4 million. However, that is still a reduction of 2.3% from the approved amount. The agency's budget does not feature any SGF reappropriation from 24 into 25, nor does it feature any supplemental requests. The agency has presented several revised budget requests totaling a total decrease of $35,000, the first of which begins under item 3 at the bottom of page 2, which is a decrease of $19,000 in other fees. If you will turn to page 3, under item 4, the agency has also requested a decrease of $6,000 in attorneys and lawyers' fees. Under item 5, there's a decrease of $2,000 in credit card fees and charges. Under item 6, there's an increase of $1,000 for salaries and wages. And under item 7, there is a decrease of $7,000 for all other adjustments. I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 2025 or move on to fiscal year 2026.
Just go ahead and move on to 2026.
Okay. For fiscal year 2026, the agency has requested spending of $1.5 million, which is a 0.5% increase from the approved amount. This year does not feature any enhancement requests, and the total of other changes in the revised estimate equals an increase of $7,000. In the $7,000, under item 2 at the bottom of page 4, there is a decrease of $7,000 for other fees. On item 3, which begins at the bottom of page 4 and continues on to page 5, there is a decrease of $3,000 in attorneys and lawyers' fees. Under item 4, there is a decrease of $2,000 for credit card fees and charges. Item 5, there's an increase of $17,000 for salaries and wages. And under item 6, there's an increase of $2,000 for all other adjustments. I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 2026 or move on to 27.
Committee, are there any questions in regards to fiscal year 2025 or 2026? All right, seeing none, go on to 2027.
For fiscal year 2027, the agency has requested spending of $1.5 million, a 2.8% increase from the agency approved amount. There are no enhancement requests made for this year, and the agency has presented an adjusted budget request increase of $42,000. Under item 2 at the bottom of page 6, this adjustment includes a decrease of $5,000 for other fees. Under item 3, a decrease of $2,000 in credit card fees and charges. Under item 4 on page 7, an increase of $32,000 in salaries and wages. And on item 5, an increase of $17,000 for all other adjustments. And that concludes fiscal year 2027.
All right, any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't really a question necessarily about this fund, but just when we're looking at the Real Estate Commission, and I have served on the Senate Committee on Ethics and Transparency, and we're the group that has reviewed the budgets for these boards. But what we are really spending much of our time looking at is what are the license fees, how much income there is, what are the balances in those fee funds, because that's what I think is the main responsibility of the legislature, to say we're not collecting more in these license fees than we need to spend. So I'm just not sure how much is helpful, and I see that we may get some help from legislative research.
Dylan, please.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting. Following feedback that we received at the previous meeting, if you'll turn to page 9 of the Real Estate Commission budget. So we have added a special revenue fund overview for all of the fee-funded agencies that you'll find on that page. We've also added this fees chart, and it'll indicate what the current fee for what their fees are, what the statutory limit is, and if they've had a fee change in the past 2 fiscal years, it will identify that in the additional column. There was also a request to look at inflationary rates. So if you turn to page 8, you will now find the CPIU change by fiscal year in the far right hand of that column on page 8 of the reference table for each one of these agencies, so you can do that comparison. And we made this modification, and we're going backwards to the ones that were already presented and changing those as well, just in response to questions from this committee.
Another question, Senator?
I think I appreciate that additional information, but what I used to look at was the fee fund balance, and if it was increasing or decreasing over the years. And is there?
Dylan.
Mr. Chairman, it would be correct. We did used to have a 10-year tracking chart on fee fund balance. We didn't include that. It will show you the 23 actuals, the 24 actual balance on page 9, as well as the projected balance for 25, 26, and 27. So you do have 5 years worth of balanced data. We have more if you would like to see it.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I may bring copies of my previous reports and share them with the chair so that he might understand how that information was presented and how I thought it was incredibly helpful at that time.
Any other questions in regards to the Real Estate Commission? All right, seeing none, you may move on to the Real Estate Appraisal Board.
The Kansas Real Estate Appraisal Board's mission is to protect consumers of real estate services provided by its licensees by assuring that the licensees are sufficiently trained and tested to assure competency and independent judgment. In addition, the board protects the consuming public interest by enforcing both federal and state laws to assure that its licensees act in accordance with professional standards and ethics. If you will turn to page 2, this begins the analysis of fiscal year 2025. The legislature has approved an amount of $381,000, and the agency's requested spending matches that amount. However, while there is a net total zero for other changes, some funds were reallocated to different expenditures within the budget. The agency has not included any SGF reappropriation, nor has it included any supplemental requests. But under its reallocations and adjustments in the budget, under item 3, there is a decrease of $12,000 in attorneys and lawyers' fees. On page 3, under item 4, there's an increase of $7,000 in other professional fees. And under item 5, there's an increase of $5,000 for all other adjustments. I'm happy to stand for questions or move on to fiscal year 2026.
I'm not seeing any questions, so just go ahead and move on to 2026.
Okay. If you will turn to page 4, this begins our analysis of fiscal year 2026. The agency has requested spending of $443,000, a 16.2% increase from the legislative approved amount. Under this year's budget request, there is an enhancement request of $50,000 for an executive director transition plan. Under the adjusted budget request, which total $11,000, there is a decrease of $9,000 in attorneys and lawyers' fees. On page 5, under item 3, there is an increase of $10,000 for other professional fees, and under item 4, there's an increase of $11,000 for all other adjustments. I'm happy to stand for questions on fiscal year 2026 or move on to 27.
Committee, any questions? Seeing none, you may move on to 2027.
27 begins on page 6. The agency has requested spending of $400,000, a 5.1% increase from the approved amount. There are no enhancement requests made for this year, and the agency has an adjusted budget request of $19,000. In this, there is a decrease of $9,000 in attorneys and lawyers' fees. Under item 3, there's an increase of $8,000 in other professional fees. On to page 7, there is, under item 4, there's an increase of $6,000 for salaries and wages. And under item 5, there's an increase of $13,000 for all other adjustments. And that concludes fiscal year 2027.
Committee, any questions? All right, seeing none, then you are also doing the Kansas Human Rights Commission, correct?
Yes.
May proceed.
All right. The Human Rights Commission mission is to eliminate and prevent illegal discrimination based upon protected traits in areas of employment, housing, and public accommodation in pursuance of equal access to opportunities for all Kansans. The analysis for fiscal year 2025 begins on page 2. The legislature has approved spending of SGF funds of $1.1 million and all other funds of $500,000, which is equivalent to the state general fund amount requested by the agency. However, the all other funds, the agency is requesting spending of $478,000, a 5.9% decrease. There is no, my apologies. There is SGF reappropriation from 2024 into 25 of $620. There are no supplemental requests requested in 2025, and there is a net decrease of $27,000 in the adjusted budget request. Under this adjusted budget request, the agency requests a decrease in spending of $47,000 for salaries and wages. On page 3, under item 4, there is a decrease of $15,000 for attorneys and lawyers' fees. Under item 5, there is an increase of $28,000 for staffing and recruiting services. Under item 6, there's an increase of $9,000 for stationery and office supplies. And under item 7, there is a decrease of $2,000 for all other adjustments. I'm happy to stand for questions on 2025 or move on to fiscal year 2026.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, move on to 2026.
Okay. For 2026, the agency has requested SGF spending of $1.2 million and $500,000 under all other funds. This is a 0.8% increase in SGF spending from the legislative approved amount and a 14% increase in the all other funds. The agency has not filed any enhancement requests this year, but they have requested a revised budget estimate of $80,000 for the fiscal year. Under this, there's an increase of $76,000 for salaries and wages. Turning to page 5, under item 3, there's an increase of $6,000 for other fees. Under item 4, a decrease of $15,000 for attorneys and lawyers' fees. Under item 5, an increase of $10,000 for stationery and office supplies. And under item 6, an increase of $2,000 for all other adjustments. That concludes fiscal year 2026, and there is no budget estimate for 2027.
All right, committee, are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Jacob. Next, we will have the Abstractors Board of Examiners. Julia will be giving us that presentation, and the next few ones too. Julia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Julia Kofoid, Legislative Fellow for KLRD. I will be starting with the Abstractors Board of Examiners. The table, again, just shows a quick summary of fiscal years 2024 through 2026 on the first page of the summary. The Abstractors Board of Examiners is composed of 3 individuals who are appointed by the governor and who are tasked with licensing and regulating individuals and firms that compile and sell abstracts of Kansas real estate. The stated mission of the Abstractors Board of Examiners is to protect the citizens of Kansas against fraudulent and improper land title transfers by ensuring that practicing abstractors are professional and reliable in their work products. I will note that Abstractors is a fee-funded agency, so the only source of funds are from the Abstractors fee funds. I'll have you go ahead and turn to page 2 to get into the fiscal year 2025 analysis. Figure 3 shows the agency's SGF, all other funds, actuals, approves, and agency request. The agency is requesting just under $26,000, which is a no change from fiscal year 2025 approved amount. The agency did not have any SGF funds reappropriated from fiscal year 2024 into 2025. There is no revised request for supplementals in fiscal year 2025, and they did not have any other changes. I'll have you move on to page 3 for fiscal year 2026. The agency request is just under $26,000, which is the same as the approved amount for fiscal year 2025. There are no enhancement requests and no other changes for fiscal year 2026. Are there any questions for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 before I get into 2027?
I would just move right into 2027.
Perfect, I can do that. Page 4 will begin the analysis and overview for fiscal year 2027. The agency request is just under $26,000, which is a $10 increase from fiscal year 2025 approved amount. There are no enhancement requests for fiscal year 2027. Item 1 on figure 10 shows that there are no enhancement requests, and item 2 shows all other adjustments. The agency is asking for an additional $10, all from special revenue funds for all other adjustments. This is mainly due to an increased expenditures, which is associated with computer programming and other supplies and materials. This is being offset by a decrease in other professional fees for fiscal year 2027. I'll have you move on to page 5 and point out the reference table, which has 10-year expenditures for the agency as well as FTEs. Page 6 will continue these reference tables. These will be specifically for their special revenue fund. It will go over their resource estimate as well as their fees. Are there any questions?
Committee, are there any questions for Julia? Seeing none, you may move on to the Kansas Board of Hearing Aid Examiners.
The Kansas Board of Hearing Aid Examiners' mission is to regulate hearing aid dispensers by determining the competence of new practitioners entering the field, ensuring licensees keep their equipment calibrated and meet continuing education requirements, and investigating complaints. Again, they are a fee-funded agency, so their only source of funds are from Hearing Aid Board fee funds. I'll have you turn to page 2. For fiscal year 2025, they are requesting just under $38,000, which is an $11,000 decrease or 23.1% of change from the approved amount for fiscal year 2025. The agency did not have any SGF funds reappropriated from fiscal year 2024 into 2025, and they did not have any supplemental requests. The agency does include a revised request of a decrease of just over $6,000 for salaries and wages below the amount included in the legislature's fiscal year 2025 pay plan. This is because the agency's board members were included in the pay plan funding, but they should not have been. On page 3, the fiscal year 2025 analysis continues. They are asking for a decrease of just over $4,600 for fiscal year 2025 for decreased spending on contractual services in website development. And finally, for fiscal year 2025, all other adjustments, they're asking for a decrease of $710. This is due to decreases in expenditures for the agency's computer software and programming and data processing supplies. Are there any questions for fiscal year 2025?
I don't believe so. Just move on to 2026.
The agency is requesting just over $38,000, which is an increase of $269 or 0.7% from fiscal year 2025. The agency did not include any enhancement requests for fiscal year 2026. The other changes include a decrease of just over $6,000, which is again in salaries and wages due to the legislator's fiscal year 2025 pay plan, which should not have gone to the board members but originally did. And this is the continuation of fiscal year 2025. There's also a decrease of just over $4,600 in other contractual services for fiscal year 2025. This is for a decrease in website development costs. Additionally, there's a request for a decrease of $443 for all other adjustments. This is for decreased expenditures for computer software, programming, and travel. Any questions for fiscal year 2026?
Seeing none, you may proceed with 2027.
Okay. Page 6 begins the fiscal year 2027 overview and analysis. The agency is requesting just under $39,000, which is a $718 increase or 1.9% over what was approved amount for fiscal year 2025. They did not include any enhancement requests for fiscal year 2027. The request includes a decrease of just over $5,000 from salaries and wages, which is again a continuation from both fiscal year 2025 and 2026 for the legislator's fiscal year 2025 pay plan. There's also a request for a decrease of just over $4,600 in contractual services, which is for website development. The agency's request also includes a decrease of $689 for all other adjustments, which is due to decreased expenditures for computer software maintenance and travel reimbursement. And I will move on to the reference table starting on page 8. Figure 11 shows the agency's 10-year expenditure history, including FTE changes. And page 9 shows the specifics for special revenue funds, including ending balances and fees. And I am happy to stand for questions for the agency.
Thank you. Committee, are there any questions for the Kansas Board of Hearing Aid Examiners budget for 25, 26, and 27? All right, seeing none, you may move on to the Board of Barbering.
Let me grab a drink of water real quick and I will continue.
Yes, you may.
Okay. I will note for the Board of Barbering, the Executive Director, Cassiopeia Capps, is with me in the audience and may be willing to answer any questions after my presentation. The Board of Barbering's mission is to protect the health and welfare of the consuming public through the enforcement of existing barber statutes and sanitary regulations established for the barbering profession to ensure the only qualified and well-trained barbers and barber instructors are licensed, and to ensure that all shops and barber colleges are properly licensed for operation. Again, they are a fee-funded agency, so the only source of funds are from the Board of Barbering Fee Fund. Page 2 will begin the fiscal year 2025 overview and analysis. The agency request is just over $227,000, which is the same as the fiscal year 2025 approved amount. The agency did not have any SGF funds reappropriated from fiscal year 2024 into 2025. They are asking for a just over $5,000 increase for computer-based tests, and this will continue on to page 3 for all other changes. They are asking for an additional increase of $15,000 for travel costs for their practical examinations. They currently test from approximately 30 to 35 candidates per practical exam, and each practical exam costs the agency about $2,200 to administer. These funds would be applied to hotels and mileage when board members are traveling for practical examinations, which they are required to attend by statute. They are also asking to add $500 for national conference fees. The National Association of Barber Boards of America hosts a conference each year to facilitate professional collaboration with other state licensing agencies. The executive director and barber inspector go to these conferences. The agency is also asking for $500 for service fees. The Board of Barbering utilizes services provided by the Department of Administration, such as payroll and printing. Expenses for these services are set by budget cost indices, which are updated annually and provide guidelines to be used by the agencies. They are also asking for $1,000 in new tires. With increased travel for the examinations, the agency has used the vehicle more and has not been able to replace them, so this funding will allow them to do that, and also for unexpected services when the company vehicle, if that should arise for them. The agency vehicle currently has around 34,000 miles on it. If you'll move to page 4, I will continue for fiscal year 2025. The agency is also asking for a increase of just under $6,000 for an executive director's salary increase. This is due to the executive director being moved from 35 hours a week to 40 hours, and she is now a full-time employee. Additionally, there are all other adjustments. They are asking for a decrease of just over $28,000. This is broken down into 3 areas. The first is decreased expenditures of professional fees, which is to offset the executive director's move to full-time. Second is the decreased expenditures for meal and lodging, which is to offset the increase in computer-based testing fees. The third is decrease the general spending, which is to due to changes in their printing costs, postage, and bus fares. Are there any questions for fiscal year 2025?
Any questions in regards to fiscal year 2025? You actually answered my question when you gave me the mileage, so I
Yes.
commend you for doing that. I was wondering how many miles we put on a 2024 Equinox to get new tires already.
Yes. I tried to come prepared with car questions.
I commend you. Committee, any questions? All right, seeing none, you may move into 2026.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, for fiscal year 2026, the agency is requesting just over $258,000, which is an increase of just over $31,000 or 13.7% of the fiscal year 2025 approved amount. The agency has one enhancement request for fiscal year 2026, and that is for to start transitioning to the Guardianship website platform, which is an online tool used as a consultant company to build stronger relationships between the government and the community. This is $10,800 to do this, and it will be a 3-year ask. They also have other changes. The first is an increase of just under $8,000, which is for the executive director to stay in the full-time position for fiscal year 2026. And finally, for just under $13,000 for contractual services, which includes meals and lodging while the agency travels. Are there any questions for fiscal year 2026?
Any questions for Julia? Don't see any. Move on to 2027.
Perfect, I can do that. For fiscal year 2027, the agency is asking for just over $262,000, which is an increase of just over $4,000 or 1.6% of the approved amount for fiscal year 2025. The agency has two enhancement requests, the first of which is an increase of $1,000 to replace the tires on the agency's vehicle for fiscal year 2025. The second is an increase of $3,600, which is again for the Guardianship website system that I talked about in fiscal year 2026. And page 8 will continue fiscal year 2027. They also have two other changes. The first is an increase of just over $9,000, which is to continue the executive director in the full-time position. And the other is just over $21,000 for contractual services, including meals and lodging and computer programming costs. I will move on to page 9, which is their reference table of 10-year expenditures. And then page 10 will have their special revenue fund overview, as well as their barbering fees and the license applications that have been processed. And I can stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Julia. Committee, are there any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this is one of those agencies that we can look at. This is on page 10 when we talk that the ending balance has risen from $80,000 in FY 2023 to a projected $165,000 in 2027. Because of that, I agree that it makes sense to authorize many of these enhancement requests, because clearly there's money there. We're also looking at a large increase that they're estimating for license applications between 2026 and 2027. So I'm not sure if there's any part of this budget that relates directly to the cost of administrating those individual license applications?
Yes, that would be, the applications would be specifically for the traveling to do so. That will help them be able to go out and do more as they have a higher number of people applying and things like that. And then also, as they are able to get the Granicus website system up, that will also help largely with that.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And this is, one way when we want to make sure they are at their statutory limits for fees. So there's, that's not an issue, but we certainly want to say what is a reasonable number, and we may not have that yet because they don't have, their ending balance would not cover a year of expenditure. So at this point, I'm not worried that it's increasing, but it's just something I think we should pay attention to.
Any other questions for Julia? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the Office of the Secretary of State. And Ariana, is that correct? Waddell will be giving us the next two budgets.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. In attendance from the agency is Jennifer Cook, the Assistant Secretary of State, Annie Burlingham, the Budget and Finance Director for Administration, and Sandy Tompkins, the Deputy Secretary for Administration. If you please turn your attention to page 1 of the summary, the table shows the budget summary for fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2026. I'm going to note that for the revised fiscal year 2025 estimate and for the fiscal year 2026 request. Majority of the agency budget is primarily funded through the Information and Service Fee Fund, the Technology Communication Fee Fund, and the federal funds, which includes the Help America Vote Act funds, or HAVA. I want to also note that the request does not include any SGF funds for fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026, and also note that for the actual, fiscal 2024, the SGF funds are, the 2.8 SGF funds are related to the reimbursements to the county election offices for costs associated with the presidential preference primary. And if you could please turn your attention to page 3 for the fiscal year 2025 analysis. The fiscal year 2025 approved amount was $7.1 million, which included 40.5 FTE positions. And the agency's revised estimate for fiscal year 2025 is $8.6 million, which includes 42 FTE positions. And this is an increase of $2.1 million for all other funds, primarily for all, and this is an increase of $2.1 million. I'm sorry, this is an increase of $1.5 million, or 21.8% for the fiscal year 2025 approved amount. For figure 4 shows the fiscal year 2025 revised estimate. There's no supplemental request for fiscal year 25 revised estimates. There are other changes that include an increase of 1.5 million and 1.6 FTE positions. And these changes include 800,000, all from the Federal Help America Vote Act, the HAVA, for election security funds, and this is to provide election security grants to counties. And these grants are designed to enhance security measures by funding upgrades to physical equipment and systems in anticipation of increased election activity. And if you could turn your attention to page 4, there's also an increase of $638,000 from special revenue funds for contractual services. And these are related to increased spending on software rental and subscriptions for the HAVA program. And the rental expenses associated with the HAVA program covering maintenance and support fees for the election voter information system, as well as cybersecurity functions. I'm going to also note that these increases are partially offset by decreases in fees and other services and communication costs, and these fees cover computer programming for OITS, credit card fees, and payment processing charges for business filings. I'm gonna also note that there's also an increase of $135,000 in salary and wages, along with an increase of 1.6 FTE positions in fiscal year 2025. And these increases are primarily associated with salaries, employer contributions to CAPERS and to Social Security. The agency plans to add a data analyst position in the election division. In addition, they have reclassified 2 roles, 2 positions to enhance cybersecurity, as discussed in the 2024 legislation session. And these positions were a office assistant 4 position was reclassified to a system specialist position. A director of communication position was reclassified as a application developer position. And the agency also had provided merit-based salary increases of about 3%. And if you could please turn your attention to page 5 for the other increases. There were if you could please turn to page 5 for the all other adjustments. There was a decrease of about 30,000, all from special revenue funds for commodities and capital outlay expenditures, and these included decreases on spending for data processing, office supplies for commodities, and decreases in software, printing equipment, and furniture under the capital outlay expenditures. Any question for fiscal year 2025, Mr. Chair?
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for 2025 for the Secretary of State? All right, seeing none, you move on to 2026.
And if you could please turn your attention to page 6 for fiscal year 2026. The agency 2026 request is for $8.6 million which includes 42 FTE positions. And this is an increase of about 1.5 million, or 21.8% change from the fiscal year 2025 approved. And figure 7 shows that the fiscal 2026 requesting, figure 7 shows the request for fiscal, shows the request for fiscal 2026. There's no enhancements in the request, but there are some other changes that include 1.5 million increases, and once again, the 1.6 FTE positions. And for the other changes, about $806,000 increase for contractual service expenditures. Once again, this was for software rentals and subscriptions for the HAVA program. In addition, if you turn your attention to page 7, there was an increase of $500,000, all from the federal HAVA election security funds, and these are once again for reimbursement for the counties approved for expenses related to the election security upgrades. And also there was an increase of $285,000 for salary and wages, and along with an increase of 1.6 FTE positions for fiscal year 2026. And once again, these increases are related to the salaries and benefits, which include employer contributions to KPERS, Social Security, and health benefits. And once again, the agency plans to add a data analyst position, and they have reclassified 2 positions for IT support, and they are going to fill those positions. And in addition, there's all other adjustments that include a decrease of $51,000 in special revenue funds for commodities and capital outlay expenditures, including data processing supplies, office supplies, and also a decrease of software expenditures. Any questions for fiscal year 2026, Mr. Chair?
All right, thank you. I do have a question. So it's been brought to my attention that when the docking building is complete, we actually in fiscal year 2026, correct, Dylan? That we should have that building renovated and completed. That the Secretary of State is moving his office from Memorial to docking, but we don't have any moving expenses in here. And I also looked in the Attorney General's office because they're going to be expanding their capacity in Memorial, but there's probably going to be some renovation costs, I'm assuming. But I didn't see anything in there either for either agency. So this is probably something that I'm going to make sure that, since both of these budgets will be in Chairperson Wassinger's budget committee, to have her follow up with the agencies about exactly what they're anticipating or what costs they'll be asking for later because of the move into docking and the adjustments being made at Memorial. So I guess that's not really a question, it's just a statement that I'm making out there. Are there any questions in regards to the Secretary of State? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do note that they're deleting funds for commodities, capital outlay. It certainly makes sense that in a non-election year, you'd have less expenses, but I was surprised that it went up again the following year. The decrease is continuing to increase. And, just want to make sure that we are providing that department all they need to manage. That seems like we note for sure in, certainly in our county, how an election year can affect expenditures.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, you may now move on to the Office of the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In attendance for the agency is the Chief of Staff, Charles Dalton, and the Administrative Counselor, Matthew Bingasser. If you please turn your attention to page 1 of the summary. So the agency is primarily funded through fees. In addition, it's also funded through SGF, and it's also federally funded. And if you could please turn your attention to page 3 of the analysis. For fiscal year 2025, the approved amount was $48.3 million, which includes $12 million SGF and 199.9 FTE positions. And the agency revised estimate for fiscal year 2025 is 52.5 million, including 13.3 million SGF and 201 FTE positions. And this is an increase of 4.2 million or 9% from fiscal year 2025 approved amount. And the figure shows that the fiscal year 25 revised estimate, the agency reappropriated about $322,000 in unspent SGF funds into fiscal year 2025. This includes $226,000 for litigation expenses for criminal trial travel, $94,000 for canceled subscriptions for fraud detection software, and $748 for operation expenses due to trial at the end of the fiscal year. I'm going to note that the agency supplemental request includes 1.3 million SGF and 2 FTE positions, and the request includes $838,000 SGF and one-time supplemental funding for natural gas litigation in fiscal year 2025. The state is in 2 lawsuits related to alleged price manipulation before and during the 2021 winter storm Uri, for which the agency has hired outside counsel. The 2024 legislature approved $1 million for the litigation in fiscal year 2024, and the litigation is still ongoing. And of the $1 million appropriated to the agency, $170,000 has been spent to date. The agency requests the remaining $830,000 for the continued litigation. In addition, the agency has another supplemental request of $191,000 SGF and for 2 FTE positions for a chief information security officer and a IT support staff. In addition, this request includes funding for cybersecurity updates, software associated with the maintenance. And we'll note that 2024 House Sub for SB 291 created an amended law concerning administration and an organization of IT and cybersecurity services within each branch of the government, and that the bill required the Attorney General to appoint a chief information security officer that would be responsible for establishing security standards and policies to safeguard the office or the agency's IT system and infrastructure. So the agency is requesting $91,000 SGF that will be prorated to reflect the anticipated hiring date of March 1st, 2025. And this amount includes $64,000 for a CISO position and $28,000 for the IT support staff position. In addition, this request includes $100,000 for the SGF for cybersecurity updates, software, and associated maintenance. In addition, the supplemental request includes $248,000 SGF for the VINE system funding, and that's the Victim Information and Notification Everyday System. And this provides victims of crime to search for an offender located in a county's jail, custody status, and register to receive notifications when the offender is in custody or when there's the status change. I'm going to note that the system was funded by a federal grant through the Kansas Department of Health and Environment through September 30th, 2024. And the legislature also approved $300,000 SGF for the initial estimate of supporting the VINE system. However, the updated quote for the system is $548,000. As a result, the agency is requesting additional $248,000 to fully fund the VINE system. And if you could please turn your attention to page 5 for the other changes, which include $2.9 million and a deletion of 0.9 FTE positions. And these changes include 1.8 million, including about 5,200 SGF for the other assistance, and with other assistance, this includes increased expenditures for the Kansas Fight Addiction Fund, which is mainly for grants to address substance abuse and addiction, and also there was increase for the court cost fund, and these increases were partially offset by decreased expenditures for the Protection from Abuse Fund. In addition, other changes include an increase of $878,000, including $557,000 SGF for contractual services, and these include expenses related to assigned counsel contract lawyers and assigned counsel non-contract lawyers for the civil division. In addition, there is a $619,000 increase, all from special revenue funds for aid to local governments. And this expenditure is associated with the municipalities Fight Addiction Fund. And if you could please turn your attention to page 6, which also includes a $40,000 increase for federal aid to local governments from the Federal Forfeiture Fund to stipends for drug abuse resistance education, or DARE. And this is for trainers, and it's a required expense to certify their officers. In addition, there's a increase of $482,000, including $562,000 SGF for a variety of other adjustments, and these include decreases in capital outlay and salary and wages expenditures, including software and trucks, reductions in shrinkage allocation by about $100,000, and a decrease about $352,000 in employer contributions to health benefits. And additionally, the agency revised estimate includes a decrease of 0.9 FTE positions in fiscal year 2025. Any questions about fiscal year 2025, Mr. Chair?
All right, are there any questions for the Office of the Attorney General for 2025? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that explanation about the natural gas settlement, and I know that that's important that we continue to be part of that litigation. It talks about the agency requesting the remaining $830,000 and reappropriation authority. Does the legislature have to do something specific to give that reappropriation authority? This is on page 4. And that may be more a question for the revisor.
Jill, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Madam Francisco, the legislature would need to decide if they wanted to reappropriate that money, and then we would put the language in there that any unencumbered funds on June 30, 25 would be reappropriated to 26. So yeah, we would need to add that language.
Any other questions in regards to fiscal year 2025? Senator Alley.
Thank you. One of the questions is on the Vine system. It looks like we got a federal grant for about $300,000 to do that, or no, for $248,000. And then we appropriated $300,000, and now they're wanting an additional $248,000, but we don't have that federal grant anymore. We just received that federal grant for 1 year, is that right? And
is that correct, Ariana?
I will have to double check on that. I'll double check on that right now.
Right.
And
do you have another question, Senator Alley?
Well, I think the question is that system necessary?
That would be a question we would need to ask the agency, and what the benefits of that system are and whether or not we want to fund it. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to share just a little bit of information about the Vine Act, or the Vine system. That was put in place, if you recall, we had a legislation that dealt with the murdered and missing Indigenous peoples. And so that was a part of that, as well as victims of domestic violence. There was an instance in Wichita where, which prompted part of this legislation, where an individual was at home with her father, getting their children, and then leaving. Her abuser was released from jail, met them on the street coming from her house, and murdered her in front of her father and her children. So this prevents this. When somebody is released from jail who has been an abuser, then that victim is notified so that they know that that person has been released from jail, so that they can make sure that they are in a safe place. So that's what that system does.
Any follow-up, Senator Alley?
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation for that. My question was that 300,000 we got, or that 248,000 that we got the first time, it's a reoccurring cost, is that correct? So we thought it was going to be under $300,000. Now it's up to $548,000. So the question was an increase.
Any other questions for fiscal year 2025? Senator Petty.
Thank you. Can you, I was just wondering, of the FTE positions, it shows 199. Are those, how many of those are actually filled? Do you know?
So there are, for the Office of Attorney General, there are currently 38 vacancies or open positions.
In all their departments, there's 38 vacant positions?
Yes, ma'am, for the entire department, 38 vacancies or open positions.
And then on the aid to local government part, when it talks about the, I guess it's under the Municipal Fight Addiction Fund. So that, I notice there's a increase of spending for the DARE officers. So is that a grant program that local units of government or local police departments apply for that? Do you know?
So the DARE is funded through, one second. So it's funded through the Federal Forfeiture Fund. And that, I can provide more information on that fund.
Is that coming out of that 25% that gets distributed?
Let me see. I will have to provide, once again, it comes out of the Federal Forfeiture Fund. I will have to provide, I can provide more information about that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on 2025? All right, seeing none, you may move on to 2026.
If you could please turn your attention to page 7 for the fiscal 2026 analysis. The agency's request is for $54.1 million, which includes $12.1 million SGF and 204.2 FTE positions. This is an increase of 1.6 million, or 3% change from the fiscal year 2025 agency request. And then this is also an increase of about 6.1 million, or 12.7% change from the fiscal 2025 approved amount. Figure 7 shows Figure 7 shows the fiscal 2026 request, and there's an enhancement totaling 1.3 million SGF, and also includes 5 FTE positions. This enhancement includes $304,000 and 3 FTE positions, which includes two auditor positions and 1 special agent for secondary costs to support the work performed by the Office of the Medicaid Inspector General. And that is $260,000 for 3 positions, which includes $87,000 for 2 auditor positions and about $84,000 for the special agent. And the request also includes $44,000 for secondary or additional costs for these positions, including intergovernmental communication services, cellular phones, and building space rental. And if you could turn your attention to page 8, it also includes meals and lodging and state and training and other professional fees and office furniture and computer equipment and software. The agency also has a enhancement request of $450,000 SGF to facilitate the relocating and housing of several divisions to the Memorial Hall building. And this is a one-time supplemental request, a one-time expenditure. And this request includes $100,000 for moving the agency's office equipment and supplies and $350,000 for non-capital office furniture. Currently, several divisions in the agency are located across various state office buildings in Topeka. The agency's administration is situated in Memorial Hall, while staff members are located in Mills Building, Curtis State Office Building, and the Landon State Office Building. And with the Secretary of State Office set to become available in fiscal 2026, the agency is requesting funds to relocate its divisions. In addition, there's also a request for more funding for the Chief Information Security Officer and IT support funding. This request is similar to the 2025 request, except it's fully funding the positions, which include $340,000 and 2 FTE positions, and funding for cybersecurity updates, software associated with maintenance to comply with the provisions of 2024 House Sub for SB 291. In addition, the agency is requesting an enhancement request for the VIME system funding, and this request includes $248,000 for the VIME system for fiscal year 2026. And if you could please turn your attention to page 9, which includes the other changes. There's an increase of $4.7 million all funds, and a decrease of $1 million SGF, and a decrease of 0.7 FTE positions. And these changes include an increase of $2.4 million, including $5,200 SGF for other assistance expenditures. And this is once again related to the Kansas Fight Addiction Fund. And in addition, there was an increase of $1 million all funds, including a deletion of $835,000 SGF for salary and wages expenditures in fiscal year 2026. And this increase is primarily due to eliminating $800,000 in shrinkage, which represents the cost difference between the fully staffing the agency and actually staffing it. The agency estimates it will fill vacant positions and has budgeted more funds in preparation. Also note that there's an increase of $742,000, which includes a deletion of $92,000 SGF for contractual services expenditures for fiscal year 2026. And these increases include assigned counsel contract lawyers and assigned counsel non-contract lawyers. In addition, the agency estimates that they'll have 170 state appellate briefs that will be completed and filled in by contracted county and district attorneys compared to fiscal 2024, where they had 130. And other increases in expenditures, other contractual service increases includes the state building operation charges, building space rental, expert witness fees, and travel subsistence, and other professional fees, and information system consulting. The agency request also includes a deletion of $411,000, including $86,000 SGF and other adjustments. And these adjustments include decreases in capital outlay expenditures, including decreased spending on software, computer equipment, and trucks. And these decreases are partially offset by increase in commodity expenditures. And I also want to note that was a deletion of $411,000, not an increase. Any questions for fiscal year 2026, Mr. Chair?
All right, thank you. And I stand corrected because you pointed out that here is the Memorial Hall agency relocation, $450,000 for moving all of the Attorney General's staff to Memorial Hall. The one question that I have in regards to that is the request includes $100,000 for moving the agency's office equipment and supplies, and then $350,000 for non-capital office furniture. Why would we need to expend $350,000 for non-capital office furniture?
I will have to get more information from the agency about this. I believe it's just an estimate, but I can get more information about it.
Because last year, there was an appropriation made from ARPA interest in regards to docking, in regards to furniture. That's what it was told to us. And so if the Secretary of State's not going to need furniture, why are we buying new furniture for relocation within Memorial Hall? That's just something that I'm perplexed about. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on that, we're talking about adding funds for rental for the Office of the Medicaid Inspector, building space rental. So is there any proposal about, would that office be within Memorial Hall, or could it be at one of these other spaces that's vacated? If it's within Memorial Hall, it would not need rental addition.
I agree, and I think we could specify that it goes into Memorial Hall.
Depends on how many other people have to be removed.
We would find out the number and put them there. Representative Helgerson.
As all of us have this little glazed look on our eyes at 3 o'clock, it's real easy for the bureaucracy to grow exponentially. And that's what it's doing. And it's doing it because the Attorney General wants to add a few more employees, and we don't think a whole lot about it. The Secretary of State wants to do the same thing. We build an office building, and instead of having more efficiency, we're having agencies expand more. You know, the Department of Revenue is going to move over there, as I understand. Is that correct, Dylan? Aren't they moving over to docking? Commerce is. You know, and many of these agencies have having individuals working from home. You know, we have gotten to a point where we just approve things and don't say anything. And I'm at the point of saying, and I'm going to get mad about this, that we should start saying, no, we're going to fund you the same as we did last year. And you come up with the efficiencies and the concern. And if you're going to choose to move, you figure out how to do it with your employees, or you do it within existing budgets. You know, we haven't seen the Department of Administration. We won't see it till next week. But all of this, how much are we spending for docking? We don't know. The chairman mentioned that we had $19 million of unappropriated office furniture taken away from the ARPA interest, and we don't know where we're going to spend 19 million. And heck, 19 million is a heck of a lot of money for office furniture for a building, you know, that a lot of us didn't even think we needed. You'll hear more about this if I'm still on this committee next week. But but we can't just simply say, well, this agency should go ahead and put in new office furniture, or we're going to give you what you had was half of a building and now you're going to have a whole building. Because what happens is, how much is the cost per foot that we calculate, Dylan, for the Capitol complex?
It varies by building.
Okay, but it's what, 50 cents, $1, or 20 cents? Okay. Well, you don't have to pull it now because I'll ask for it and I'll go through it. But every time we expand a building, and since I've been here, I can count that we've added, I think, 6 or 7. That's added to our appropriation every year. It's not a one-time thing that we did for docking. It is a ongoing annual appropriation that I'll tell you that most people don't see. And I'm up to here on it. And if you can tell I'm getting frustrated, and maybe it's because I have another proposal in front of me from the KBI that wants a new building because they don't think their building is safe enough. God. Huh? As bats, yeah. This group has to change the trajectory of our spending in the state, especially if we have a proposal coming from the majority party to lower taxes on what, corporations? Or are you doing it for all businesses? Corporations at least. And all of us know how we want to reduce property taxes for homeowners. The only way you reduce taxes for homeowners is you curtail the spending that has gone on in the last several years. I'm sorry, I'm getting wound up, but I've lost my patience with all of this added money. And if I'm a backbencher, I'm still going to make the same points. It's time to change the trajectory of state spending in this building. And I hope you'll join with me.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you, Representative. I just wanted to add one thing. I would love for that, but let's make sure we do that indiscriminately across all agencies, including Kansas Department of Education, because there are some like golden areas that we will not touch, but if we're going to be fair, we need to make sure that we're considering all of those, because in education in the past 20 years, we've increased 118%, while the inflation rate, CPIU, is 48%. So I just want to make that comment. Also, I think it would really be great for our committee to consider something like PAYGO, like we do on the floor. If somebody wants to bring a $40 million increase, what are we going to offset it with? Whether it's economic development incentives that we're not providing, or whether it's a cut. And also, the third thing is priorities. When these agencies bring us their budgets, we have their performance based budgets, and we know what those particular items are, but do we really know what their priorities are? I mean, and that might be helpful too. What really matters in your budget?
Say, let's just get back to the budget on the Office of the Attorney General at the moment. These comments are probably going to be more reserved for the last meeting that we have. And I would just like to say, just because we're going through all of these enhancement requests by the agencies does not mean that they are added. We are going through what they have submitted to the governor and what they are asking for as far as enhancements. This by no means that this is going into the budget bill. As I mentioned earlier today, Chairman Billinger and I both sat in on most of the appeal process, and there was $1.1 billion that was being appealed by the agencies in the state of Kansas. There is no way we can do everything that they're asking for, by no means. Not as the ranking member currently had mentioned. We've been talking about property tax relief, and that's the overwhelming tax that people hate. But if we want to do property tax relief for the people of the state of Kansas, there's no way we can approve the $1.1 billion that's been appealed. And there is also, if we're going to make this work, we're going to have to look at the budget itself and look at what we have appropriated in the last few years and trim it back. And I agree with Representative Williams, who is my future vice chair, that we have to look at everybody, not just piecemeal it. We've got to look at every single department and agency when we're looking at what we need to do for this budget. Any questions back to the Office of the Attorney General? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, or CAPERS, and Stephen Wu is going to be giving us CAPERS. Stephen.
Good afternoon, committee. Before I get started, would like to recognize that Executive Director Alan Conroy is with us in the audience today. If the committee has any agency-specific questions, I imagine that the Executive Director would be happy to answer them. So just for some quick introductions, the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, CAPERS, refers to both the retirement system that public employees are a part of, as well as the state agency that administers it. This budget you see before you reflects both the administrative and operating costs to the state agency. Dollars associated with the employer contributions in this, with the entire system are not reflected in this budgetary document. These are just, administrative and operating costs. There's some cost here to engage in some modernization projects as well. So before I jump into it, I want to mention very quickly that funding sources for this agency, the majority of this agency is funded from the CAPERS Trust Fund itself. Of the trust funds, 27 billion in assets, about 70 to 90 million are allocated for this agency for its various operations. This is less than 1% of the total fund balance. So jumping into fiscal year 25, you'll see this detailed on page 2. When the legislature last met, last session, they approved about 83 million in expenditures. About 82 million of this comes from the trust fund. The agency revised their estimate after the session upwards so that they are now requesting about 86 million in expenditures, about 84 million from the trust fund. This is about 2 million more than what was approved. This is due to the items you see on that table on page 2. I'm just going to hit them one by one. Item number 1, SGF reappropriations. The agency doesn't use SGF, so no reappropriations. Item number 2, the agency doesn't have any supplemental requests. Item number 3, this is trust fund management. The agency revised their estimate about $2 million upward. Just for some context on this item, the CAPERS board contracts with various investment firms to manage its trust fund assets. Fees to those firms are based on both the size of the overall portfolio as well as to fund performance. As the fund performs better, as the fund performs well, those fees do go up as well. So this upward increase is reflective of the fund's performance. During the 24th session, the CAPERS estimated about 50 million in investment expenses. After session, CAPERS updated that estimate to about 52 million. This is an increase of just about $2 million. About 1.9 million of this are for management fees, while the remaining 258,000 are for various operating expenses. Item number 4 relates to the Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Fund. This is about a $250,000 item. For some background on this, the state treasurer is tasked with disposing of unclaimed property. For many years, appropriations bills have included language prohibiting the state treasurer from transferring excess receipts in the fund to the fund for investments. So 2 things have happened which result in this item. The first is that 2023 SB 25 deleted that prohibition, so the state treasurer is no longer prohibited from transferring excess funds over for investment. And last year, the 2024 legislature passed HB 2577, which further authorized the treasurer to determine the amount available to transfer over for investment. So as a result, this program will begin again in fiscal year 25. And so the expense that you see here relates to some administrative and investment expenses to Capers as a state agency. Item number 5 are all the other adjustments we see within Capers. This is a smattering of items. There's a bit more for regular employee pay. There is about $250,000 more for changes in fringe benefits. There's a bit more, about $20,000 for printing and advertising costs. This is all offset by some decreases in contractual services spending. These are mainly for, computer support and other services like that. Of note, the core administrative expenses over at Capers, it remains exactly the same as what the legislature approved last session. At this point, happy to answer any questions on 25, or I can just jump straight to 26.
Committee, are there questions for Stephen on fiscal year 2025? All right, seeing none, we move on to 2026.
Very good. Moving on to 26, you'll see this on page 4. The agency requests about $93 million in expenditures. About $91 million of this comes from the trust fund. This is a bit more than the amount that was approved for fiscal year 25, about $9 million more, 11%. This is due to the items you see down on the table. Once again, moving through each item one by one. Item 1, the agency doesn't have any enhancement requests, so no dollar change here. Item number 2 are those expenses related to trust fund management. These are investment fees as well as some operating costs related to this. So for fiscal year 26, you'll see about $3.4 million more than what was approved for 25. This is due to the same reasons we outlined before. Overall fund performance and balance, as well as some costs for administrative costs of operating. Item number 3 relates to the pension administration system modernization projects. This, I believe, the majority of this committee has heard some variation of this at this point. So for some quick background for those that are new to this project, in fiscal year 2020, Capers started exploring the possibility of modernizing its administration system. This is the software application that administers benefits to the members of Capers. In fiscal year, in 2024, Capers contracted with Tegrit Software Ventures for the project. This project has a 5-year time frame with a total cost of about $74.9 million. For fiscal year 25, the legislature approved roughly $12 million in expenses for this project. After signing the contract, Capers adjusted its estimate upward and now is expecting to spend about $14 million in fiscal year 26. The agency has also indicated that they expect these costs to remain pretty steady throughout the project's duration until fiscal year 28. So we'll just see about $14 million expenses for each year until the project is completed. You can find more additional information on this on page 8, the last page for this agency. There's a brief history of how we got to where we are today. Item number 4 is that Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Fund. Relative to what was approved for fiscal year 25, Capers is requesting $350,000 more. This is a bit more than the revised estimate for fiscal year 25, but the reasoning is still the same. These are administrative costs that relate to managing the fund. Last, item number 5 are all other adjustments. This is about $3 million more than what was approved for fiscal year 25. About $2 million of this are for professional service fees. These are fees for legal representation, utilities for their buildings. All these are lumped together to add up to about $2 million. There's about $800,000 more than what was approved for computer and building maintenance, janitorial services, and other activity like that. At this point, happy to answer any questions on 26.
All right, committee, are there any questions for Stephen on fiscal year 2026? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there have been discussions about do we need to review the Capers 3 programs for some employees. So you talked about the cost of the significant changes when we make those, but also that we now have a 5-year proposal to manage this new pension platform. If the legislature makes changes again this coming year, will that contract be affected? I'm guessing it would.
Stephen.
My understanding is that it would account for that. It would depend on what those changes are and how extensive they are without knowing specifics, hard to say. But my understanding is if, depending on timing, if changes are made in a timely manner, then the modernized system would be able to account for that.
Any other questions in regards to 2026? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notice on the page 7, 10-year expenditures, we have nearly doubled in 10 years, and I noticed that the expenditure increase by program from 24, 25, 26 keeps going up. So is the increase in from 47 million to now proposed 92 million primarily from administration and investment-related costs, or are there other things that have significantly increased the cost of the amount of money that KPERS is?
Yes, sir. So the lion's share of that increase will be due to modernization of this software platform. So this includes not only the actual cost to modernize it, but all the preparation that KPERS had done beforehand. We start seeing those expenses in, let me see, I believe in 22 and 23. That's when you start seeing that bit more of that dramatic increase in those overall expenditures. So that's one large portion of it. The other portion of it are due to those investment costs. So as the fund balance grows over time, so too do those fees. So those two combined results in the overall increase. Would say that the base operational administrative cost at KPERS has remained pretty steady throughout that time. If you remove those additional expenses for modernizing the system and for investment fees, their core operations has remained pretty steady, around 30 million for some number of years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Stephen? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
And as I mentioned right when we came back from lunch, due to the change in the agenda for tomorrow, we're going to go ahead and go through the legislative budgets before we moved on to the ones that we have for later on today with the agriculture and natural resources budgets. So Dylan is going to be going through all 5 of these budgets, and they're handing those out to us right now. And so the first I believe he's going to be starting with is the legislature.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So we have the legislature's budget before you. I think I'll pass over a description of what they do, if that's all right, and move to page 2. So there was an SGF reappropriation of $7.8 million of SGF. That created an approved SGF budget for 25 of $33.4 million. There was one adjustment made to the 25 budget. That's the addition of $5 million of ARPA funds. That's for KLIS modernization. That had been approved a couple of years ago. It's just that it had never been placed inside the budget. So this is just makes that correction to actually budget it for expenditure. That results in an increase in federal funds of 100%, and it's $5 million above the otherwise approved budget. Moving to FY26. Oh, I will mention on page 3, in this all other adjustments section, while it's not an increase in the approved budget, the agency estimate includes $3.1 million SGF for a partial year implementation of the legislative pay plan. That's set to be commenced on the first day of the legislative session in January of 2025. And base compensation will be set at $43,000. And legislators will receive the majority of their compensation from January through June, about 66% of it. And per diem and mileage will all continue the same. However, the annual compensation will replace the legislative allowance. So the legislative allowance goes away in these cases. And like I said, that's already in the budget. Doesn't change the approved in any way, shape, or form. But I just want to give you a little heads up. Moving to page 4. So there is an enhancement request in here. It's for the Chief Information Security Officer. This is $167,358 and one FTE position. That is to comply with requirements of 2024 SB 291. That does require each branch of the government to have a CISO. So that is the enhancement request. So the rest of these adjustments, you have an additional $7.3 million in here for legislative salaries. That's the full year implementation of the legislative pay plan. This does not include, there is a escalator provision inside of the legislative pay plan. That's not budgeted here because we don't know what it is yet. We don't have the data to allow us to know how much that cost would be. There is a reduction of $226,000 for legislative laptops. There was a decision made by the Legislative Coordinating Council to purchase rather than lease the laptops, and that converted that into a one-time cost in FY 2025. There's an increase of $40,000 for VMware licenses. This is related to data center management. There's an increase of $140,000 for G5 licenses. This is an upgrade to the Microsoft 365 licenses, and that's to support agency and legislative initiatives. There's an increase of $1.8 million for other professional fees. This is for portions of KLS modernization, constituent management relationship software, bill tracking software, and other legislative initiatives that are being discussed. And there's all other adjustments totaling $68,885 of SGF. With that, I would stand for questions on the legislature's budget.
Any question in regards to the legislature? Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the number one item on this CISO, I guess, the Chief Information Security Officer, so that is a new position. And so when it says retain, we're not appropriating money to retain someone that's already there. We're creating a new position. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, it's creating a new position. It's retaining, and I could change the word if you like. Yeah, okay. It is a new hire.
Okay. Thank you for that. I had one more question,
Yes.
Chairman. So on this constituent management relationship software, we just had a previous discussion about holding the line on spending, and I know this came up last year, trying to give us more tools so we can interact with constituents. But I think one of the problems is with that, and maybe we can look at that down the road a little bit, is we're limited in our staff, and who's going to manage this constituent management software? It takes time and effort to do those things, to enter, who called in that day and to respond to people. So I just don't know. That would be one area that I would be willing to revisit in terms of if we're looking to reduce our spending. Having worked with constituent management software at the federal level, they have much bigger staffs that can manage all these things. I just don't know if it would be utilized by this legislative body. So, Mr. Chairman, I was making a statement, not a question. Thank you.
Any other comments in regards to the legislature? All right, seeing none, you may move on to the Legislative Coordinating Council.
Legislative Coordinating Council, I'll go immediately to page 2. So the approved budget for the Legislative Coordinating Council was $1.8 million. This is no change from the approved. This agency had a legislative SGF reappropriation of $275,000. They continue with 8 FTE positions. Moving to FY26. The 2024 SB 28 approved number without reappropriations was $1.6 million. There's a decrease of $750,000 in the CRM software. A portion of the costs were allocated to the Legislative Coordinating Council in 25. That was a one-time cost, so it's sort of backed out of here. And then you have all other adjustments totaling $164,431 for FY 2026. With that, I would stand for questions on LCC.
All right, committee, are there any questions in regards to the LCC? Representative Williams.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Super quick. You've answered this before, but I've absolutely forgotten. Who are the FTE, or what are the FTE positions for the LCC?
Sure. The LCC is Tom's team, so those are the people who get you paid and stuff like that, and schedule the committee rooms and take care of benefits, that type of thing. The KLOAS portion is actually inside of the legislature's budget. That's considered as part of the legislature's budget.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, you may move on to your department, the Kansas Legislative Research
I
Department.
will. As before, I will move immediately to page 2. All right. So there was an SGF, the original approved budget was $5.4 million. There was an SGF reappropriation of $162,000, giving you $5.5 million. There was one adjustment made to that, which is the lapse of $50,000 SGF in unneeded SGF dollars, resulting in an agency request of $5.5 million and 41 FTE positions. Moving to 2026. The amount of the approved budget without reappropriations will be $5.4 million. There's an enhancement request for a database analyst at $118,308 and 1 FTE position. So KLRD has become the custodian of an increasing number of statutorily required databases, and also the KLRD has been enhancing the archiving and publication of fiscal data. And so this position would assist with that. For salaries and wages, the request adds $164,654 for salaries and wages, excluding the database administrator. The request funds increases for group health insurance and hospitalization, as well as anticipated retirement of employees. This results in a request of $5.6 million and 42 FTE adjustments. On page 4, there is an all other adjustment. The request does delete $6,913. The majority of that is in travel. There was a former assistant director had a lot of participation in NCSL, and so that reduces some of those costs. And so we back those out of the budget. With that, I would stand for questions on the KLRD budget.
All right, committee, are there any questions for Dylan in regards to the research department? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a little bit confused on the salary and wages increase. I understand the increase in the health coverage, but it says as anticipated retirement expenditures for some. Does it cost us for people to retire?
So when a particularly senior employee has acquired a substantial number of days of vacation, then those have to be paid out upon retirement. So there are additional costs that are incurred at that time.
So it would be primarily vacation or sick leave type things?
So sick leave is only paid out upon full retirement, not any other type of departure, and the portion of that is actually recompensed through the Department of Administration. So it's really, there's the special fund for it. So it's really, that focus is on those vacation days accumulated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other further questions? All right, seeing none, you may move on to Legislative Division of Post Audit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Turn immediately to page 2. The approved budget for 25 total is $4 million. It did include an SGF reappropriation of $382,155. The agency lapsed the majority of that. They deleted $364,673 from that SGF reappropriation. And the remaining difference is just some slight variations in some fringe benefit costs for salaries and wages. Moving to FY 2026. The SGF approved without reappropriations is $3.6 million. There's a net reduction of $6,198. There's $50,000 deleted for accountants and auditors, and there's $43,802 in all other adjustments. You have some fringe costs, group health insurance about $17,000, compensation around $5,000, capers about $3,000, and also every 3 years there's a peer review process, and there's $15,000 in for that peer review process. I believe that involves the exchange of personnel between different auditors across the country. With that, I would stand for questions on the legislative post-audit budget.
Committee, any questions in regards to post-audit for Dylan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going to the Office of the Revisor of Statutes, starting on page 2. So the total approved is $5.5 million. The original amount was $5 million. There was an SGF reappropriation of $538,588. SGF, the Office of the Revisor of Statutes lapsed that amount, so there's a deletion in the amount of $538,588. With that, I would stand for questions on 25. Seeing none, move to 26. The approved without reappropriations is once again $5 million. There are salaries and wages adjustments totaling $117,048. And, so a lot of that's in group health insurance and capers contributions and contractual services. The agency deletes $36,723. That's majority of that reduction is in travel and conference fees for FY 2026. And there are no other adjustments. So with that, I would stand for questions on the Office of the Revisor of Statutes.
All right, committee, are there any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I see in these budget summaries that they have included salaries and wages. Earlier today, that was excluded from an agency budget. Can you just explain the difference?
Certainly. So, and I'll be speaking to all of the budgets, not just the Office of the Revisor of Statutes. So what we have done is whenever we've been able to identify a salary adjustment that has been applied to the agency, like across the board, we have been like making the, putting in deletions, and we'll give you a report on all of those adjustments that we have been able to identify. But we're really looking for those. If there's an adjustment that's just group health insurance and capers and stuff like that, those we have not been removing from budgets, as those are just fringe benefit adjustments. And so, anyway, this is where the sort of distinction is.
Senator Francisco.
So these are fringe benefit adjustments?
There is also an adjustment in this budget for unclassified regular compensation of $98,732. I don't have any additional information I could share on that. I just have the data.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One comment and is maybe appropriate because we're talking about salaries and wages, is that I know that I guess so there, I would have a question. Would those be based on a percentage increase, or are they varied across the board?
So the ones we've been identifying have been quite varied. We've seen some at 2.5%, some are 5% salary adjustments when we've been able to identify those. Not to get too deep into the weeds, but we've been running personnel services comparisons under an SR14 report in IBARS, and we've been trying to identify where we see those sort of systematic changes so that we could say, well, this would appear to be a global salary adjustment as opposed to just individual adjustments for specific individual salaries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm always concerned when we focus on percentage increases across the board, because what we tend to do is keep people who have lower salaries continue to be low and increase the difference between those employee salaries, and then all of a sudden we have to come back and do studies to say why didn't some people get the improvements they need. So I always like to see a dollar amount plus a percentage when those are considered across the board. Thank you.
Any other further questions? All right, seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Senator Peck.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but there's something that I haven't seen in these budgets, and it just came to mind because the Revisor of Statutes has been around for 60, 70 years. We have on the books longevity bonuses that's not been effective for anyone hired from like 2015. So this would be sort of a global question, not just for Revisor of Statutes, but are we still paying longevity bonuses, and are they just sort of melted into the budgets, or if there is a longevity bonus, are we going to see it separate?
Yeah, so we have not been breaking those out. There are still individuals who are receiving longevity bonuses. It is very much a minority because anybody hired after like 1995 or so doesn't get longevity bonuses. I have to look at the statute. I haven't thought about it in a while. But so the majority of the workforce does not receive them. Okay. However, if the individual qualifies for a longevity bonus, it's part of the fringe benefit costs built into the budget here.
And so at some point, I would like to know how much total is costing the state for longevity bonuses.
I have a report on that. I'll tell you in just a couple minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? All right, now seeing none. Thank you, Dylan. We'll go ahead and move back to the originally planned. Actually, I'm kind of glad we were able to get through those 5 budgets relatively quickly. So right now, Luke Drury is going to be giving us the budgets for the remainder of the day. And he is going to, I believe, start with the Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Luke Drury, Senior Fiscal Analyst with Legislative Research. And as Chair indicated, I will be presenting the remainder of the budgets for today, beginning with Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board. You should have... Oh. Again, Luke Drury, Legislative Research Department. I'll note before I get started here that David Nickel with the Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board, the Consumer Council, is here with us in committee today and could potentially answer any questions more specifically the agency, or excuse me, of the agency. Beginning on page 1 of the Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board, there's an agency overview there. Front table tells you a little bit about what the mission is of the agency CURB, and then the trend for FY24 actuals, 25 requests, and 26 requests as well. When you flip over onto page 2, is the beginning of the FY 2025 analysis. The table about halfway down there starts with the approved budget for the agency. And then from there, the numbers on that table then correspond with the numbers beneath or below. Item number 1, general fund reappropriation. This is an agency that is entirely fee-funded, so has no general fund reappropriations. Item number 2, supplemental requests. The agency submitted no supplemental requests for FY 2025. Item number 3 is consultant services. This does act similarly to a general fund reappropriation. Essentially, the agency is granted authority in the appropriations bill that allows them to roll over unspent monies for consultant services. This helps to, in the times when there are more dockets being heard, that the agency will have some surplus monies there to use should they need it. They roll those money over every year. For this year, it's $88,000. Again, kind of acts a little bit as a reappropriation, but with special revenue funds. Mr. Chair, I can stand for questions or move forward to FY26.
Are there any questions? You may proceed with 2026.
Turning over to page 3 for CURB is the beginning of the 26 analysis. Again, the top number there is the approved budget based on FY 2025. Beginning on item number 1 are the enhancement requests. The agency submits no enhancement requests. Item number 2 at the bottom of page 3 is for group health insurance. The agency is requesting to add roughly $9,000 for health insurance. This is for the employer contribution, not for the employee contribution. When you flip over onto page 4, item number 3 is communication. The agency is estimating some increased expenditures for certain communication expenditures, about $7,000. Specifically, those are mostly for increasing fees that the agency is paying to the Office of Information Technology Services. Item number 4 is salaries and wages. This was discussed a little bit earlier with some other agencies you all have discussed today. This is not for a salary increase for any particular agency, or excuse me, any particular employee. This is simply a increase in salary and wage estimates as a result of implementing the pay plan that was put into effect last year by the legislature. Those estimates have just changed slightly. Again, that's a 0.4% increase. Item number 5 are computer hardware and support equipment. Just as with most agencies, this one does have a turnaround between their different computers laptops that they buy, replace. They're on a replacement schedule. For 2026, the agency is estimating about $2,000 for that. Capers, it's about a $2,000 increase for Capers. Again, similar to the group health insurance, this is Capers employer contribution payments estimated to increase. All other adjustments, I call these the kind of rats and cats of an agency budget, decreases of $76, or excuse me, delete $76. Looks like I have a typo there where it says add. It's actually a delete of $76 across various different expenditure categories. Mr. Chair, I can stand for questions or I can move forward.
We'll see if there's any questions for 2026. And I'm not seeing any, so we may move on to the Kansas Corporation Commission.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next budget I'll be discussing with you all is the Kansas Corporation Commission. I will note that Lynn Retz, the Executive Director of the KCC, is with us here today in committee and could potentially answer any questions that you all may have that are more agency specific. Again, by this point, these are documents that are pretty similar all across the board. So I'd like to begin on on page number 2, which is the beginning of the FY 2025 analysis. Again, this agency is not one that receives any general fund, so item number 1, about halfway down the page there, is general fund reappropriations. There are none for this agency in 2025. Item number 2 are supplemental requests. The agency submitted no supplemental requests for 2025. Item number 3 are some increases to expenditures from fee funds. More specifically, you all may remember that the agency has been undergoing an overhaul of the docket system that the agency uses. This is a overhaul that has taken place over a number of years because of some issues with procurement. The agency has moved those expenditures from fiscal year to fiscal year. The agency does have some increased expenditures to update that docket system, along with some just estimated increases in docket expenditures for the current year of about $1.9 million total. Flipping over onto page 3, our federal funds. You all may remember through conversations over the last couple of years, some federal action that took place recently with the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. The agency has been working to try to nail down what exactly those revenues that will be coming into the state. The agency notes that it is difficult to estimate that, and not only the amount of money that Kansas could potentially receive, but the timing of which. So the agency's request does delete $14.7 million from primarily from these estimates in bill and IRA expenditures, but you will note, or we will note later when we get into 26, while this is a deletion in the current year, the agency is estimating increases in regard to those federal initiatives in FY 2026. Item number 5 are all other adjustments. That's a deletion of 0.25 FTE position. The agency moved, reclassified, collapsed, changed some FTE positions in the agency that results in a net decrease of 0.25 FTE. Mr. Chair, I can stand for questions or I can continue on to FY 2026.
Any questions for 2025? All right, you may proceed on to 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Flipping over onto page 4 is the FY 2026 analysis. Again, item 1, enhancement request. This agency did not submit any enhancement requests for 2026. The item number 2 are those federal funds. As I just spoke about, those estimates for federal initiatives created by or funded by the Inflation Reduction Act and the bill continue to be updated, estimated by the agency. The agency is estimating about $25.4 million from those IRA, primarily from those IRA and bill fund expenditures to come into the state in FY 2026. When we flip over onto page number 5, our agency fee funds, Yep. When we flip over onto agency fee funds, that's a $1.2 million increase. And again, that is from the Public Service Regulation Fund. While those docket overhaul expenditures are estimated to be in FY 2025, the agency does still estimate for there to be some more expenditures as that docket system continues to get finalized 25 and 26. And then in addition to that, estimating some increased number of dockets to be heard by the agency, which increases their estimate on expenditures from that fee fund. Mr. Chair, I can answer any questions or stand for questions, or I can continue on.
All right, committee, are there any questions? Now, in both items, in the 14.7 and the 25.4, is that in conjunction with what was, you mentioned the IRA and the BIL. Is that with the abandoned well plugging? Is that something separate?
Mr. Chair, that's a good question. Those are separate. The agency has estimated increased expenditures from the abandoned well fund. There was additional money separate from the IRA and bill. I'm not sure if it was those ones that or those federal actions increase in funding. Either way, though, that's a discrete deal that's coming in. That agency is still estimating for that to those expenditures and amount of wells to be plugged to increase over the coming years. And I did just hear as well, there's an additional $35 million that the agency will be applying for to draw down some more monies so they can plug more abandoned wells. So that's been going on for about 2 or 3 years now, those additional allocations for abandoned well plugging that the state has been receiving.
And that's why I kind of wanted to mention that, because we have the internal abandoned oil and gas plugging well fund. We used to have 2, now we just have 1. And then with the legislation passed by Congress, when we received those funds to try to plug abandoned wells across the state, we actually kind of established the gold standard. The KCC did. And we were told that because we had done such a good job with plugging those abandoned wells, that we could apply back to the federal government and possibly receive more dollars. That's why I was wondering if that was going to be reflective in here. But it's what is in here is completely different than the abandoned well fund. Any questions for, yes, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was assuming that some of that money for the abandoned well fund was included in contractual services. If that's not the case, can you explain that increase in those services?
Luke?
Mr. Chair, Senator, yes, to answer your question, a lot of those would show up in your contractual services. The reason why you don't necessarily see it called out here in 25 or in 26 is because that amount of money or additional funding for abandoned wells was previously approved. So it is part of the approved budget for the agency, so is not getting a call out. But those increased expenditures for abandoned well would be showing in your contractual services line for 25 and for 26. And I would note that those expenditures are estimated to stay higher for 25 and 26. Not exactly sure when that end date will be, but there have been additional allocations from the feds, and KCC has been drawing those down over the last 2 or 3 fiscal years.
Any other questions for Luke? All right, seeing none, you may move on to, I believe, the Kansas State Fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would note for the committee, before I really start to dig into the Kansas State Fair here, Brian Schultz, the general manager from the Kansas State Fair, has joined us on WebEx today, so he is here virtually, and he may be able to answer any questions that you all may have. And then I would also note as well, again, before I start digging in, there should be some additional information that you have from the Kansas State Fair. Should be 3 additional handouts. Testimony from, fantastic, testimony from the State Fair, along with a letter of support from the City of Hutchinson and Reno County Emergency Medical Services. I'll talk about what these are when I get into the part of the analysis here. So again, that agency overview there tells you a little bit about what the State Fair does, the amount of visitors that come to the fair each year. When we flip over onto page 2 is the beginning of the FY 2025 analysis. The State Fair is an agency that does receive some general fund dollars. So item number 1 there, general fund reappropriation. They did reappropriate about $3.9 million in unspent general fund monies. I would note that about 3.6 of that is continued renovation of the Bison Arena. I will say, though, that number is down. That number is down from what it has been previously, and you will notice in actual expenditures from the agency in FY 2025 that there have been expenditures and movement made on the Bison Arena, renovation. There is still that 3.6 remaining that is rolling forward into FY 2025. $300,000 for some additional lighting and cameras at the State Fairground. This was approved by the legislature last year, just because of some timing when the money actually hit the coffers. That money was unable to be spent in 2024 and is rolling into 2025. When you flip over onto page 3, you have an additional $855 for grounds improvements. This was a supplemental that was approved back when the Bison Arena, I believe it was when the Bison Arena renovation was approved as well. And this added some air conditioner units to some buildings, along with some roads, I believe, and some other items. There's $855 left to be spent there. Agency does indicate that those monies will be spent, and the budget does show that they will spend those monies in the current year. Again, at the top of page 3 are the supplemental requests. The agency at time of submission did not have any supplemental requests. However, I would note for you that that is what these additional handouts are. The Kansas State Fair, after having submitted their budget, did submit a supplemental request for the current year, and that is in the amount of $2 million from the general fund for the Emergency Command Center. I will speak to that Emergency Command Center a little bit further on, and this is a document from the State Fair, and then again from the City of Hutchinson and from Reno County EMS, so I don't necessarily want to speak to that. Again, Brian is here with WebEx if you all do have questions. Item number 3 are capital improvements. At the again, still on page 3, at $645,000, all from special revenue funds. That number is discrete from the Bison Arena that we just got through talking about, along with the State Fair. Lights and cameras. If you all have been to the Kansas State Fairgrounds, you know that it has about 280 acres, number of buildings, roads, etc. So those expenditures are for general rehab and repair, pipe breaks, that sort of stuff. That's capital improvements there, $645,000. The Emergency Command Center is item number 4. Again, this is what, excuse me, Mr. Chair. This item is related to the supplemental request that was submitted by the State Fair after submission of the budget. The State Finance Council in December of 22 did approve some monies for the Kansas State Fair for an emergency command center. The agency was unable to get those monies out the door in 2024, and they do talk about it a little bit here with their supplemental request as to why and what that is. For 2024, that number is rolling forward into 2025 and is estimated to be expended. Item number 5 are all other adjustments. Again, this is the sort of the rats and cats of the budget. This reduction is primarily due to lower estimates for temporary employee salaries, partially offset by some increases in contractual services. So I deleted $123,000, all from special revenue funds. Mr. Chair, I can continue on to FY 2026 unless the committee has any questions for 25.
Any questions in regards to fiscal year 2025? All right, you may move on to 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Flipping over onto page 4, up at the, page 4 is the FY 2026 request. And we begin with the approved budget for 2025, sans reappropriations. Item number 1 are enhancement requests. The agency did not submit any enhancement requests and did not submit any enhancement requests after. Their request is only for FY 2025, nothing for 2026. Item number 2 is an administration building upgrade. The agency had recently been approved for $100,000 by the 2024 legislature to take care of some upgrades at the administration building. That included new carpet. They did get an IT audit that said they had better have a better controlled area for their IT server equipment. That was included as part of that. That was considered one-time monies and is being taken out of the budget here. So that's a general fund reduction of $100,000. Item number 3 are capital improvements. Again, some increases of about $680,000 when you flip over onto page 5. Again, that is for general rehab and repair across all the acreage and the buildings at the Kansas State Fair. When items break down, when issues arise, those monies go towards those to maintain those buildings and those roads at the State Fair. Item number 4, all their adjustments. That is about $25,000 less than expenditures. Again, reduced expenditures for temporary employees, offset by some increased expenditures for job-related trainings at the Kansas State Fair for 2026. Mr. Chair, when you flip over onto, this is the first agency of mine, to page 6. On top of page 6 is capital budget and debt. This is the first agency of mine that you all have heard that has capital improvement expenditures. There's a table there that shows what the agency is using their capital expenditures budget for, along with actual expenditures and budgets. I would note that this agency has been heard by the Joint Committee on State Building Construction, and there were no adjustments that were made to the fair's capital budget when presented there. And Mr. Chair, unless there are any other questions, I can move forward with the next budget.
All right. Well, I have a question in regards to this document that was just handed to us. So, I mean, I was chair of the Spark State Efficiency and Modernization Program, and I remember allocating the $250,000 to the Kansas State Fair for the renovations. But now it's been determined that it cannot be renovated, correct?
Mr. Chair, it is my understanding that the $250,000, it was initially thought that it could be the Emergency Command Center, correct?
Well, it says that the city of Hutchinson determined that the building was beyond repair and must be demolished.
Mr. Chair, to answer the question, it's my understanding that there was a thought that an existing structure room could be used or repurposed for an emergency command center. But since then, as more conversations have been had with the locals and with the State Fair and contractors, that the project has greatly expanded in regard to what the potential scope could be from that $250,000, like I say, to repurpose an existing room or building to now, I believe the number that they've requested is $2 million.
How did it change?
Mr. Chair, I can't speak to those specific details of what and why the existing room could or couldn't.
Who were the partners that became involved that it changed from renovating a room to now building a $2 million emergency command center? And then we have letters of support from the city of Hutchinson and Reno County. Let them build it. I mean, we approved $250,000 in 2023 for this purpose. And if it's not going to be used for that purpose, then we're going to pull that money back. And it's going to go back into the ARPA account. And if there's going to be a request for $2 million for a coordination effort, I guess the concern I have is not, and those of you that have served on appropriations have heard the consternation about the utility fees that the state is charged for the Kansas State Fair year-round. And now we have this letter of support saying that we will have this collaborative effort and we want to have this building, but we want the state to pay for it. I agree with the chairman on Ways and Means. If they want that, then the county and the city can step up and pay for it. Any other questions in regards to 2026? Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that building is actually gone.
So I think what the initial thought was that the old building that was on the corner, that was a firehouse, was going to be renovated for that $250,000, and that new one was going to be built on the other corner. Well, they built the new one, and the last time I was by there, it's gone. The old one's gone. So I'm kind of the same way. I'm not sure why they're retaining the $250,000 if they're not going to renovate.
The pretenses of that money was to go to renovation of a building when it was submitted to us, and then we recommended that to the executive committee. That's what the money is used for, and if the money is not going to be used for that, we're going to pull it back. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To add to I would second everything you said there. Thing that I would question is who paid for the demolition on that deal. If that building's gone, who paid for that?
Luke, do you know?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I can't speak to that. I'm unsure.
We can find that out when we're in the budget committee process. Any other questions in regards to fiscal year 2026? All right. We'll move on to the Kansas Department of Agriculture.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the page 1 of the Department of Agriculture will show you actual expenditures for 24, along with agency requests for 25 and 26, along with an overview, a brief overview of what the Department of Agriculture does. When you flip over onto page 2 is the beginning of the FY 2025 analysis. The Department of Agriculture is a agency that does receive general fund. They also receive state water plan fund. So item number 1 here is general fund reappropriations. The agency did not have any general fund reappropriations from FY 2024 into FY 2025. Item number 2 at the bottom of page 2 are state water plan fund reappropriations. There was $13.1 million in unspent water plan fund monies that rolled from 24 into 25. Mr. Chair, when you flip over onto page 3, there's a bulleted list there that shows those amounts of reappropriations by line item or line item appropriation that would then correspond with the appropriations bill and then the state water plan fund table that you all are familiar with seeing. In the middle of page 3 are supplemental requests. The Department of Agriculture did not submit any supplemental requests for 25. Item number 4, state water plan fund transfer. The agency's revised request adds about $392,000 in a transfer. This transfer was spoken about a week or so. I can't remember when you all heard the state water office's budget, but there is a request to increase the transfer from the water office to the KDHE for the Kansas Reservoir Protection Initiatives program by $392,000 in FY 2025. Item number 5 at the bottom of page 3 is the Water Resources Federal Funds. The agency's request does add some monies from a couple of different federal funds. That would include the Cooperating Technical Partner Grant Fund and the Federal Emergency Management Fund. That's from FEMA in 2025. The agency indicates that there were some federal dollars that were received through these particular entities or awards that are helped to use to do some floodplain mapping and then to produce and convert existing maps into a digital format. When you flip over onto page 4, the shorthand for that is for federal funds for floodplain mapping and dam safety programs in 2025. Item number 6 in the middle of page 4 is the Federal Technical Assistance Contribution Fund. Again, there were a couple of different federal initiatives that the agency is estimating seeing increased receipts and expenditures for in FY 2025. As part of that is $5 million, which is aimed to help producers in the state to increase conservation practices, and implementation to improve specifically soil health on private lands in Kansas in 25. Item number 7 on page 4 is for the Federal Resilient Food System Infrastructure Program, another federal program that is being estimated to see increased expenditures in '25. More specifically, these expenditures would be used to try to create more and better processing options for local and regional food producers in 2025. Those individuals that do use slaughterhouses or that use processing options may not have one necessarily close by that meets standards for either federal or state standards, depending on all the requirements there. Expenditures here are estimated to create some better options for producers. Item number 8 are other federal funds. This is, again, at the bottom of page 4. That's $1.4 million across all different federal funds for a litany of different programs and types. You can see expenditures from these federal funds to go towards architects and engineers, and they can range from anything from disease prevention to technical assistance for flood insurance, for those different federal initiatives. And you flip over onto page 5. At the top of there is item number 9, which is agency fee funds. I would note here that similar to CURB, this $979,000 is not salary increases. The agency has estimated and tells me that at the end of FY 2024, they had a number of unfilled positions that they had always estimated to get filled. They were able to fill those. And so those positions are currently filled, and those expenditures are starting to go out the door for those previously unfilled positions. So that is just simply a reflection of the agency bringing down its vacancy rate. Item number 10 are ARPA funds. That adds $633,000 from ARPA. I would note, though, that despite that being added, that $633 added into the budget, the agency does indicate that the remaining balance in that fund is only about $19,000. So a little bit of a technical thing here. It adds $633, but there's only $19,000 that's actually left remaining of ARPA money, and that is for training for staff to use defoaming equipment that was purchased with ARPA money as well. FTE adjustments is item number 11. The agency makes adjustments across all different programs, deleting some FTEs here, adding some there, for a net increase of 2.2 FTE positions in FY 2025. Mr. Chair, I can continue onto FY 2026 unless there are any questions that the agency has for 25, or excuse me, the committee has of the agency for 25.
All right. Committee, are there any questions for fiscal year 2025? All right, seeing none, move on to 2026, Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The page number 6 is where the analysis for FY 2026 begins. Beginning in item number 1 are some enhancement requests, 4 enhancement requests submitted by KDHE for FY 2026. The first one there is $650,000 general fund. The agency estimates as a one-time enhancement for the inspections of dams and other structures that the agency indicates that the chief engineer is statutorily required to oversee. That's $650,000 there. Flipping over onto page number 2, item number 2 on page number 7 at the top of it, meat and poultry staffing demand. The agency is requesting that $350,000 general fund for one-time expenditures for meat and poultry inspections for FY 2026. The agency does indicate that funding for the program has traditionally come from USDA. However, USDA but the agency notes that for 4 consecutive years, the feds have not met their match requirement. The agency's enhancement request would essentially supplant the federal dollars using state general fund dollars. The agency does indicate, though, make sure that this is, I apologize, Mr. Chair, that should not be for one-time expenditures written there. That would be baked into the agency's budget as to supplant that federal dollars, $350,000, because for 4 consecutive years, the federal government hasn't met their match requirement. Item number 3, our sorghum investment program. This one is a one-time expenditure of $1 million. More specifically, the agency is indicating that the $1 million would go towards the sorghum checkoff, Kansas Grain Sorghum Commission, and Kansas State University and the Department of Agriculture to start planning and research and investment activities that relate to sorghum in Kansas. Again, $1 million in 2026, one time. Item number 4 is an animal health veterinarian. That adds $150,000 general fund and 1 position for a veterinarian in Southeast Kansas. The agency indicates that the position is needed to cover veterinary services that the federal USDA has been unsuccessful in hiring. That request is $100,000 for salaries and wages. So to be clear, that $100,000 for salaries and wages is not just $100,000 for the salary. That would include the fringe benefit rates. As a general rule of thumb, you can count on fringe benefit rates being roughly 25% of whatever a total lump sum is for salaries and wages. So that would be roughly a $75,000 salary. $10,000 for travel and subsistence, and then $40,000 for the purchase of a vehicle that this FTE position would use. Item number 5 are general fund allocations. That's an addition of roughly $91,000. Again, you all have heard this before with other agencies as well. There are estimated increases in group health insurance, employer contributions, as well as CAPERS employer contributions across all state agencies for FY 2026. Item number 6 is that technical assistant contribution grant that was discussed in FY 2025. The agency is expecting to see an additional $5 million for that particular fund. Flipping over onto page 8. In 2026, the goal of this program, or these expenditures, are to increase conservation practices, the implementation thereof, and then to improve soil health on private lands in Kansas. On page 8, item number 7 is that Federal Resilient Food System Program, again, a carryover from FY 2025 and FY 2026. Expenditures here would be used to try to create better processing options for producers when it comes to giving them more potential local and regional options for better processing. Item number 8 are agency fee funds. Again, this is mostly attributable to the salaries and wages that I spoke about earlier. Not that anybody at the agency is receiving a salary increase or a pay plan of that nature, simply that the agency's vacancy rate is down from what it was in FY 2024. All other adjustments are those rats and cats. That's about $817,000, and it's mostly from federal funds. There are some adjustments there to FTEs as well. I would also note, as part of their all other adjustments, and this was discussed during the conversation on the water office, the state's, the KDA's FY 2026 request for state water plan fund would condense down traditionally legacy lines of appropriation into 5 buckets. That would include the water quality and aquifer, reservoirs, water quality, resiliency, and research and education. So while not a major adjustment in total expenditures or requests from State Water Plan Fund from the Department of Agriculture, a change in how those monies are appropriated to the agency via line items. Mr. Chair, that's the end of FY 2026 for KDA. I can stand for any questions if the agency, if the committee has any.
I have a quick question. When you look on the table, where was it at? Anyways, the Department of Ag receives about, I think it's 1.5 million in EDIF dollars for ag marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And what exactly are they doing with, what are they promoting with the ag marketing money from EDIF, since that's predominantly for, economic development across the state?
Mr. Chair, admittedly, that is one item that I did not look enough into prior to meeting today, so I will get you, the committee, a breakdown of what that EDIF is used for the ag marketing program, but you are correct. Some of that I do know is related to increasing agritourism in the state, but there's a number of different items that the agency funds or that goes into that, and I can get you.
Right, if you give me that information, yes. I'm kind of eager to see exactly what they're doing with those funds. And then the sorghum investment program. And I know it says here that it would go towards the sorghum checkoff, Kansas Grain Sorghum Commission, the Kansas State University, and Department of Agriculture to start planning research and investment activities relating to sorghum in Kansas. We've had sorghum in Kansas for quite some time. I just don't know what this is actually wanting to do.
Mr. Chair, I can't speak to the actual specifics on what the goal of that actually would be. From my understanding, is it would be a sort of a exercise in some research in regard to sorghum. I'm not sure if that is for drought tolerance. I'm not sure if that's for increasing yields or any of that nature, but it would be a sort of a research initiative from my understanding. But outside of that, I can't speak to those details.
Okay, if I can get more information on that. Representative Hoffman and Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going to number 2 and number 4, it looks like that we're bailing out USDA on a couple on these two. So as far as the meat and poultry inspection, do we have an agreement with USDA that we will inspect instead of them?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I can't speak to that. I'm not sure if there is an MOU that says that Kansas will start taking this over as a result of lack of federal funding, or and the veterinarian is, I guess, somewhat similar, right? USDA is having a hard time hiring a veterinarian. I'm not sure we have an MOU of that. That is just to say that the agency is asking for these monies to do these or fund these items that were maybe traditionally done by USDA, federal USDA.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is if USDA can't do it, then maybe it doesn't need to be done, so, or they can find the money to do it. And I have the same question about the sorghum. I thought that that's what the checkoff was for. I didn't think we needed to put money in the checkoff. I thought the checkoff was for this sort of stuff. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with sorghum number 3 here, how did they decide the $1 million? Do they, why wasn't it $5 million? Do we know exactly what they're going to spend that on? So I'd be interested if you get information to see what that is.
Luke.
And question number 2.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Water structure inspections, when you go out on these inspecting dams and other structures, is that private dams or is that, city lakes or, I just wonder what things fit into that area because, if I own a pond out here, does the state need to be paying for that kind of stuff? That's kind of my question.
Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator. And that's for item number 1 that you're talking about, water structures inspections. And those would be items, and I'm not sure of the KSA, but I can pull those and I can get the actual KSA for the committee. It lines out in there specifically what types of structures the chief engineer is statutorily required to oversee. I'm not sure there are private like dams, like what you're talking about. I'm unsure of what that list is off the top of my head, but I do know, and I've seen the statute there. I can pull that and get that to the committee to show what are those structures that we're actually talking about as defined in statute. I can get that.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Luke, you, on number 9, you put mostly federal funds. Do you have a breakout of how much is federal, how much is not?
Mr. Chair, Senator, yes, I can break those down. With this particular agency, along with several of our agencies, there are dozens and dozens of different federal funds and fee funds that the agency will utilize based upon, for federal funds, they need to be assigned to a certain CFDA number. So that's a catalog for federal direct assistance awards. So that's a very discrete number that you can identify, and that's attached then to a federal fund. For fee funds, the legislature creates numbers of those and has for numbers of years, whether it be for egg inspections, whether it be for dairy inspections, et cetera. So I can get that breakdown. That is a collapse. Admittedly, that $817,000 is a collapsing of dozens of different funds. But yes, I can get all those.
You don't, it's not necessary. I just wondered how that, because it looks like they're adding 2 FTEs, and that's going to be ongoing, and then we'll be sitting here again wondering, well, the Fed's quit funding this, and here we sit. So that's curious, so thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have appreciated today the fact that we have multiple times had discussion about the fact that we've got to be careful with spending, and the federal government sometimes does things that then fall on us. I find it interesting that the department thinks they can successfully find veterinarian services for my part of the state when the feds haven't been able to. My question would be on the Senate side, and I believe it made it clear through the process and is in the budget bill. The federal government had established funding for food banks. Money was going to food banks. The federal government decided to just pull that funding, and then the request was that we provide funding from the state general fund to the tune of $1 million. My understanding is we did, and it made it through the process. That was for 25, correct? Or was that 24?
Lou?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I did look at that prior to meeting today, and it made it through the process at $900,000 for that particular program. That is for 2025, but I would also note that is being built into the agency's base budget moving forward, so it does include $900,000 general fund for that local farm to food program in 2026 as well. The federal dollars for that, and I did look at that prior to the meeting, have mostly been spent already in FY 2024. There's like $30,000 or $40,000 left in that account that will get spent out over the next year. But essentially, in that regard, those federal dollars have stopped coming in, and the state is using general fund dollars for that particular program.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, that's my point exactly, what Mr. Drury just said. It now just sort of blends into the department's budget. It was money that we hadn't been spending, and then last year we decided to put $900,000 in because the federal government pulled theirs, and now it's just in the agency's budget going forward. And I was opposed to it then, I'm opposed to it now, but I think it's a perfect example of how sometimes we, as a legislature, put something in and then it just sort of, we forget about it, that we did it, particularly when we have turnover in the legislature. So I thought that was a great explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on the Department of Agriculture? Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems that during all of our discussion and review of all these agencies, one of the things that has come out would be shrinkage and actuals versus FTEs. Is there a possibility we can get actuals for these agencies so we know what they actually had versus how many FTEs they have? Because I think we had one in there, a shrinkage of over close to $1 million.
I believe we have that information already, but Dylan, you could answer that question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we can work on that. Keep in mind, that'll always be a snapshot. So we'll have to pick like a certain date, and we'll be able to tell you what their workforce is on that date and do that comparison. And some agencies are cyclical in nature. The first one that comes to mind is Wildlife and Parks. Obviously, the Park Service increases their number of park employees during the summertime. And so, that is the sort of limitation of those types of comparisons, but we can run it for you.
Is there a difference between a FTE and a contract employee?
So contract employees do not show up as FTEs. Those just show up as contractual service expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, Luke, you may move on to the last budget, the Department of Wildlife and Parks.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to speak to a little bit of the Senator's question, again, specifically for KDA, and an update on the ag marketing program, or what that does.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, specifically for the KDA, they did have a vacancy rate of about 22.24% during this last year. And I took a look at those across all these agencies here today before you all, and it was across the board, it seemed like, at least for my Ag and Natural Resources agencies, about that anywhere between 18 to 22% vacancy rate for these sort of agencies. So that's what the Department of Agriculture's most recent snapshot was. In regard to the ag marketing program, according to the agency's budget narrative, there are several objectives that the ag marketing program looks to do. And that is to serve all of Kansas through programming, to create facilities of growth and expansion in agriculture while increasing the pride and awareness. So more or less like a awareness PR campaign for state agriculture in Kansas. Increase awareness as Kansas is a potential state to relocation for producers or agricultural type businesses. Establish a market development strategy that helps to promote and develop dairy specifically in Kansas. They do try to work with peer agencies and industry partners to develop some learning opportunities, including classroom learning activities, to help job seekers and children to understand what sort of jobs there could potentially be in agriculture in Kansas. They increase and enhance support for, increase and enhance export opportunities for Kansas farmers, ranchers, and agribusiness. They do complete and multi-channel From the Land to Kansas digital ad campaign. And then they also support other programs and divisions across the KDA and other outside entities to fulfill regulatory and outreach responsibilities. Again, that's some of their objectives that they put in their budget. And thank you to Dylan for being able to find that quickly. But I can dig down a bit deeper and identify specifically funding for how is it they're going about trying to achieve those goals. And I can still get that for the committee as well.
Yeah, if you could. I'm just kind of wondering. There's private entities that do the exact same thing throughout the state, or other organizations that does this promotion of agriculture. And I'm just kind of wondering how this is different than what some of these other organizations are doing. I mean, they have, they go to classrooms, they do, farm to food, they do all these other programs, and it seems like we're just putting money out there for something that's being done in the private sector. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if you know how they measure their effectiveness with this money. They put all this out, it all sounds real good. At the end of the day, how do we know we're getting our bang for the buck?
Mr. Chair, Senator, the agency, KDA, just like other state agencies, does submit their performance-based budgeting items that does include a number of different metrics that are tracked and they're tied to those sort of objectives I just read about. In addition to getting the committee a list of those expenditures by more specific item that the KDA is putting money towards, I'll also pull those performance metrics and what they're tracking and supply that for the committee as well, so that you all can see that in addition to what are your performance measures and then actually where are the dollars going out the door for.
All right. Seeing no other questions, let's move on to the Department of Wildlife and Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure that the committee is tired of hearing my voice already, so I'll try to make this one pithy for you all. This is the Department of Wildlife and Parks. Again, the page 1 there shows you actual expenditures for 24, along with agency requests for 25 and 26, and there is an agency overview there that briefly discuss what the KDWP does. When you flip over onto page number 2 is the beginning of the 2025 analysis. The KDWP is a state agency that receives general fund, EDIF, and they also receive state water plan fund funding. I would note that for the general fund, it has traditionally not been funded with general fund, but there were some one-time general fund expenditures, and I'll speak to those here in this analysis. So item number 1 is the general fund reappropriation. That gets discussed on the top of page 3. Specifically, as a part of that general fund is the $3 million for the Flint Hills Trail that was approved by the legislature last year. That is being used by the department to leverage federal funds through the federal RAISE grant, and I will discuss that during this analysis as well. So that money rolled over from 24 to 25. There were some monies from some flooding events a number of years ago, I believe it was 2 or 3 years ago, for one-time dam repairs. The agency did not spend the entirety of that money last year, and it is rolling over into the current year. And then the last item here is for the shower house at El Dorado State Park. I would note that similar to the state fair, that by the time those got approved, this was approved by the legislature last year, by the time that got approved and that hit the coffers, the monies weren't expended in time, so it rolled from 24 into 25. Item number 2 is the EDIF, Economic Development Initiatives Fund. There was a reappropriation of roughly $250,000 there. The agency typically uses their EDIF fund for state park operations. That's where the lion's share of those monies go. The agency does use EDIF to reimburse individuals for military and National Guard fishing and hunting license as well. That's a small portion of the overall EDIF spend. Item number 3 are the supplemental requests. Wildlife and Parks did not submit any supplemental requests. Item number 4 is an EDIF initiatives fund lapse. As I just spoke about, that is a lapse of roughly $200,000. That is coming from the reimbursements for military members' hunting and fishing licenses. The agency is just simply not reimbursing as much as it previously had and as it previously had and been estimated, just simply less individuals buying a hunting and fishing license and having reimbursed for that. Item number 5 is that federal RAISE grant that I discussed a bit earlier in regard to the $3 million for the Flint Hills Trail. The agency has been awarded a federal RAISE grant that will help to complete the Flint Hills Trail. As I currently understand it, the Flint Hills Trail is fully open to the public from essentially Osawatomie over to Council Grove, but then from Council Grove on west, it is not yet open. So this federal RAISE grant will help to go to complete that. That's going to include some railroad crossings. That's going to include some large culverts. I'm not exactly sure what they're called, but culverts that are about 6 foot tall, some regrading, items of that nature. It's a number of federal dollars that are estimated to come in over the next 2 to 3 fiscal years, the first part of that being $7 million in the current year. Item number 6 are the Endangered Species Federal Fund. More specifically, this is a federal program that is designed to try to help with the whooping crane and eastern black rail recovery. The agency is estimating receiving some of those monies for this purpose and spending $4 million for FY 2025. When you flip over onto page 4, there's a discussion of the ARPA monies that the agency has received. This gets a little bit, at least for me, this was a little bit confusing over the last couple of years. The agency has been approved for ARPA monies technically through Sprint, through the Department of Commerce. And that is for a total number of $10 million in ARPA. That's about $3.7 million more than the agency had initially estimated in 25. I list out there the new visitor centers that the money is going to go towards. It's a number of visitor centers across the state. The agency has been awarded that through the Department of Commerce, and that's where the money will go in 2025. Item number 8 is the Outdoor Recreation Federal Fund. This is a new federal initiative that is aimed to assist other municipalities, local governments to create, expand parks, recreation facilities, and other local recreation plans. It's my understanding that KDWP will receive the monies. Locals will then be able to apply to the KDWP for funds for grants that would help to expand outdoor recreation opportunities across the state. Excuse me. Item number 9 is cabin revenue fee fund. The agency is estimating some increases demand from the cabin revenue fee fund in 2025. That is because the agency indicates that those cabins are being used, and in addition to being used, the agency has increased its inventory of cabins across the state, so increasing revenues and increasing expenditures are occurring as individuals stay at those cabins. You'll have expenditures for utilities, contractual services, just general upkeep as well. $1.6 million in cabin revenue for FY 2025. Item number 10 is the Federal Wildlife Restoration Fund. For you all that do sit on Ag and Natural Resource Committees, you all have likely heard of Pittman Robinson and Dingle Johnson. This would be specifically for Pittman Robinson. That is hunting in the state. The agency is deleting $3.4 million from that federal fund, mostly related to capital improvements in 25. Item number 11 is the Wildlife Fee Fund. This is also attributable to hunting. These are monies that hunters pay, the KDWP will receive when hunters pay for their hunting licenses and for their permits. The agency is deleting $2.2 million from the Wildlife Fee Fund, and that goes across most expenditure categories, just a general reduction in expenditures there. The Parks Fee Fund does delete $1.5 million from that fund as well in 2025. Similar to how when a hunter buys a tag or a permit, it goes to the Wildlife Fee Fund. If you pay for your daily entry fee to the state park, those monies are receipted to the State Parks Fee Fund. And those expenditures are used for all different types of items at state parks across the state. The agency is estimating $1.5 million less in expenditures there. That's mostly related to capital outlay. Item number 3 is the Federal Sport Fish Restoration. This would be for the Dingle Johnson Act monies. This is more specifically for fishing. So, for example, if an individual pays for firearms or ammunition, there's a piece of that money that goes to the federal government that then goes back out to the states. That goes to the Wildlife Restoration Fund. Similarly, when you pay for some hooks, tackle, line, there's a portion of a fee that's attached to there. It goes to the federal government and then goes back out to the states for fishing opportunities. The agency is deleting $1.4 million in expenditures from that particular fund, more specifically for capital improvements in 25. The item 14 are all of their adjustments. Again, these are the sort of the rats and cats. $799,000 across the rest of the agency funding sources, and they're also adding one FTE position in 2025. The deletions are primarily attributable to just reduced estimates for capital outlay expenditures across the agency. That one FTE position, the agency is estimating to be added to the administration program. Mr. Chair, I can stand for questions, or I can move forward to 26.
Committee, are there any questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Drury, when we heard the presentation in Budget Committee, if you will, Agriculture, there were several fee funds that were projected to be in the red by the end of the fiscal year. Are these the fee funds? I noticed that there are several deletions of fee fund expenditures, Wildlife Fee Fund, Parks Fee Fund, et cetera. Can you give us just a brief report on where those fee funds are? Are they still projected to be in the red, or are these deletions going to make them so they will end up with in the black?
Mr. Chair, Senator, to answer your question, it was during last year the agency submission did have some of those items specifically for the Wildlife Fee Fund and the Parks Fee Fund. The governor's recommendation did reduce some expenditures and do some revenue increases there as well. So the budget that was passed last year did not have those funds in negative or in the red. When you flip over onto page 17 of this report, I did include for you all the cash flow of the Wildlife Fee Fund and the Parks Fee Fund, along with how those monies are receipted. That shows you beginning balances, revenues in, funds available, along with expenditures. As you can see here for the Wildlife Fee Fund, again on page 17, and for the Parks Fee Fund, the agency's new estimates do have those funds being in the black for FY 2020, ending in the black for 2024, and estimated out with positive ending balances for 25 and 26. This agency doesn't submit a 27 budget. So that is to say that these funds will not, or not estimated to experience a negative balance. These are also funds that have traditionally had expenditure limitations placed upon it. So the agency would not be able to, given the estimated revenues and expenditures, wouldn't go negative in those particular funds. But those tables are available for you all to see on page 17.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other further questions for fiscal year 2025? All right, seeing none, Luke, you may proceed with 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2026 is going to begin on page 6. So the agency, item number 1, does not submit any enhancement request. You will notice that by and large, these are the same general items that that were discussed in 2025 for 2026. Again, because we are comparing based upon that approved budget, sans reappropriations, and many of these initiatives are carrying forward from 25 to 26. Item number 1, no enhancement request. Item number 2, federal raise grant. Again, this is for the completion of the Flint Hills Trail. The agency estimates this is a project that will take a number of years because of the number of miles that need to be created, or not created, excuse me, that need to be worked on, and then the type of work as well, right? You're talking railroad crossings, you're talking culverts, building new bridges, rehabbing bridges, that sort of thing. That includes $5.1 million. When you flip over onto page 7, that's that Federal Wildlife Restoration Fund is item number 3. Again, that would be for the federal allocation of the Pittman-Robertson funds. The agency is adding $4.2 million, excuse me. They are estimating increases in revenues and expenditures from that fund in 2026 of $4.2 million, specifically for capital outlay and contractual services. Item number 4 is the Federal Endangered Species Fund. That item from 2025 is estimated to continue in 2026, specifically trying to increase whooping crane and eastern black rail recovery. The item number 5 is those Federal Outdoor Recreation Fund. The agency estimates receiving additional federal dollars that then locals will be able to apply to the KDWP for grants that help to create and expand parks and recreation facilities across the state. Item number 6 is the Cabin Revenue Fee Fund. As discussed earlier, the KDWP has experienced increased demand for those cabins at state parks. As a result of that increased demand, the agency has added different cabins and yurts and whatnot across the state. And as a result of that, increasing revenues and expenditures related to cabin usage across the state in FY 2026. Those ARPA monies, item number 7 that I discussed about earlier, technically with Sprint monies from the Department of Commerce, those are estimated to be expended in FY 2025 and will not carry over into FY 2026. Item number 8 is the Parks Fee Fund. That's a deletion of $1.7 million. Item number 9, federal sport fish. This is the Dingell-Johnson Act monies, which again relates to fishing opportunities in Kansas. That deletes $1.1 million to adjust for revenue estimates from that fund for 2026. And those expenditure decreases are estimated to take place in capital improvement projects. Item number 10 is the Wildlife Fee Fund. That's a deletion of roughly $950,000, primarily for commodities in 2026. All other adjustments are, again, those dozens of different federal and fee funds that this agency utilizes. That synthesizes down to a deletion of $214,000, an addition of 1 FTE position. That FTE position is found in the agency's administration program. Mr. Chair, I would also note for the committee, this is an agency that also has capital budgets. No debt. They do have a capital budget, though. When you flip over onto page 10, that's where you will see the capital budget. I would note that this agency has not yet been heard in the Joint Committee for State Building Construction. However, the committee will be hearing from KDWP on Monday, December 16th. They are on the agenda to present their 5-year plan at that point in time. Mr. Chair, I can answer any questions that the committee may have.
All right, committee, are there any questions for Luke? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. When you're talking number 2 and you talk about the 40.5 mile trail going through those counties, is that's on railroad track, correct? That they're doing this on? And my question is, who are we buying property? Is that what we're doing, or is the railroad, are we enhancing railroad property? That's my question.
Luke.
Mr. Chair, Senator, that's a good question. This was something that I was unfamiliar with before I started looking into it. This is actually from a Rails to Trails Conservancy item. So as it stands right now, KDWP does have the right-of-way to this. It was I don't know if it was Union Pacific or if it was Missouri. There's a rail line that used to own the right-of-way. KDWP now has it. With that being said, though, that and this was done through federal legislation, I believe, in the 70s or 80s, the railroad can still recall that right-of-way and use it for a corridor should they want to, need to. But the federal legislation was passed so that those which were previously rail lines across the country could be turned into walkable trails. So we do have the right-of-way. However, they can still be recalled back. So it's not an active rail line. That is to say, it is a older rail line that was taken out of commission that is now being used for recreational trail hiking.
All right, any other further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, that concludes the budgets that we have for today. And then as I mentioned when we got back from lunch, tomorrow in the morning, we're going to start at 9. We'll go through consensus updates, education group, and transportation and public safety group. And then we'll try to adjourn after lunch or at lunchtime. And then we'll be done for the day due to that event that many senators are going to be going to. So we're going to work through all of those budgets tomorrow, get them done, and then we'll adjourn. So until tomorrow, we